Yo, 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 what's going on, YouTube? It's your boy Nate the Great coming at you with another live. Pardon the interruption. If you're new to the channel, like, share, comment, and subscribe. To all the returning friends and family, you already know it's peace and blessings. Give some of y'all some time to tune in. Also, I'm going to try to get a few things in the cord. We'll appreciate y'all for tuning in earlier for the afternoon talk. And pardon the interruption again. Like earlier, the damn Wi-Fi and the damn cell phone service went out. Definitely hope most of y'all had a good day this day anyway. We will be having this convo tonight. Um, Hopefully my special guest will still be on the way. My fault. Yeah, my bad. So today is definitely going to be a good one. I'm hoping she didn't forget about me. But all in all, it's the truth. I put up the wrong banner. My bad. Yeah, there we go. What's going on? Hold on, I'm gonna drop the link for you. All right, no doubt. I'm still going. Oh shoot! Yeah, my bad, y'all. Yeah, my thing tweaking right now. Yeah, my fault. I'm over here multitasking again. Got some other messages. No doubt. Take your time. I ain't rushing nothing. But yeah, all in all, this one is definitely going to be another great one. But it does, paint a picture that's going on there. And again, some of you parents are worried about school systems and everything else. You worried about changes not being made or needs not being met. And then in the same token, you would try to take your kids out of school and then you're not going to educate them. That's not a good thing. Like what was said yesterday in Rachel's live, and she mentioned something about some of the parents, what they do and take their kids out of school, and then the same token, they're not doing nothing. They in the streets all day, which is the truth. Some of you parents are doing the worst things possible when you're setting your kid up for failure. It's a multitude of different things that are definitely going to be touched on tonight. Miss Queen, what's going on? I've always felt like this. If you're going to take a child from the quote unquote educational system, you're supposed to be doing the educating yourself. And even if you can't, afford to keep them, or you can't afford to do whatever, you're gonna send them off. They supposed to still have common knowledge of everything. Again, you are the first line of defense when it comes to teaching and anything because they came from you and not from the system, not from the penal system or none of that. Gotta take that into consideration. And again, you get tired of seeing stories like that anyway. You get tired of hearing those type of situations happening in schools too. You know, and some of y'all should definitely have at least more common knowledge and awareness when it comes to your kids because it's not to be funny. Everything that's going on, you don't want your child being a victim of circumstance in any way, shape, or form, especially when it does come to the education. Yo, dang, what's going on? Word, what's going on, bro? But it's the truthfulness stuff. You gotta definitely be on the court. You gotta be in accordance because if you're not teaching your kids, if you're not trying to educate them and bring that awareness, then guess what? They just as good as gone. Yeah, and that's the sad part. And even if there is some sort of parental involvement involved, sometimes it's gonna be an uphill battle. But you still have to be in accordance with your kid too. You can't take them out of a school system and then don't have a backup plan. If you're not even going to teach them, like I said, you basically set them up for failure. It's definitely time to change the notion and change that dynamic. And it's also time to really start putting the right people in these programs, if that's what you want to call them. If you want your schools to feel safe at some point, you're gonna have to again voice your opinions and let your voices be heard. You know, change ain't gonna come if you're just sitting back crying and not even participating in anything going on. And we know this. Exactly. It's crazy. It's all right to make a mistake. When it comes to certain, it's all right to make a mistake if you was a pure mistake, but you're not going to continue to make the same mistake more than once. And if you do, then something is definitely wrong with you. Just bringing life into the world is definitely no easy task. I know that. And also trying to preserve that life it ain't easy neither. But if you ain't going to be determined and willing to do something, and I don't think you should be irresponsible. Yeah, I'm giving Ryder some time to get himself together and all. But see, it was interesting, like I said, because I spoke about half of this on Saturday, and then Sunday she spoke about half of this. So, I figured we might as well do this together. You know, yeah, but you shouldn't be banking on your kid to be the next meal ticket for your clan anyway. You already supposed to be building. You're supposed to be building while they growing, and then you're supposed to be teaching them while they growing. Your kid can't be no sacrificial lamb, especially in the educational system. And all in all, safety should be a number one priority. Hence why I told people, you want to take your kid out of school, it got to be for those reasons. Your kid ain't safe or you just don't like all the academics that's being taught. And if you like the school, but you just don't like specific people, then voice your opinion. You have to. You know, if you feel like your child is in any type of danger, you are supposed to voice your opinion because again, you're sending them there to quote unquote learn. Sheed, what's going on, bro? It's a sad day though, because again, some of you adults are not standing up. How is it some of these young kids are fighting for a better change, a better future, and some of y'all adults are not? It's like some of y'all lost touch of reality too. And I can't say all of y'all because some of y'all are actually doing what you're supposed to be doing in accordance, especially as being a parent and being a wise parent. Whether you decide to let your kids stay in school or you homeschooling them. Those ones that's doing good, y'all just continue to do what you do. Oh no, I know, bro. Trust me, I know. But I ain't got time to be playing games with nobody because this ain't a fucking game and this ain't no type of fun and games when it comes to these topics. Because again, this could be affecting some of you. And this could definitely be affecting your household at some point. So again, this ain't the type of law that you want to play around with today. Kid you not. No doubt, Rachel. I think the link is still in the chat, so do appreciate y'all for tuning in. And again, this phone did it to me, so I'm gonna give y'all the fair warning in case you think I disappeared. I didn't. But I don't know why. This is the second time today. It's like the cell phone towers is acting buggy. But I know it's still raining and all, but they don't usually do that. So, Doug Life, what's going on? Wow, what's going on, man? But again, you definitely want to take that into accordance because your children and your youth are the future, regardless. You know, and if you ain't teaching them, and if you ain't going to stand up for them, then you not giving them a fair shot at life. Yeah. Liz, what's going on? Yeah, Liz, I was trying to I was trying to log in since the damn time reminder started. Hit it again, but hopefully we don't have no interruptions tonight. Because again, this is a good topic. Sunshine, what's going on? I'm giving that link is not just for riders. That's for anybody that want to tune into the conversation or add on to it. Because again, this is concerning the welfare and the future of your kids, whether you want to believe it or not. We do have good people who are actually, making strides and, you know, actually making efforts and trying to make a change one way or another. See, I feel like I'm making a change by just bringing these awarenesses and bringing these type of topics to the forefront. And you got some people who are already doing stuff already, and it's good to come across and meet people like that. DJ is what's going on. Hope you feel better, bro. Always catch the replay too, bro. So y'all just tuned in. Y'all already know hit the like button. Still giving. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Riders, you know what it is, though, right? I gotta see your face, baby. Still gotta make sure it's you. Because, yes, we do have trolls that like to be fun. All thing you gotta do is just show me your face, nah, you good. You ain't gotta cam up or nothing. I just need to make sure it's you, Rachel. Okay. Okay, it's you. I see you. I see. Gotta be sure because you see when people other see like this is the second time somebody page came up. But I know you authenticated. I don't know why. It's probably because it's the stream y'all with me. I don't know. I'm sure.
Oh shit.
No. Because just like the other day, Kailani popped up, but I didn't know if it was him. He didn't stay authenticated, but I'm guessing being how this a bit a minute since you've been up on this panel too. So, but
Yeah, ain't
definitely
nobody got
appreciate
this.
you.
Ain't
Yeah,
nobody
but I
got this
definitely.
icon.
No, I had to be sure because Joe still like to be funny, but
Yeah.
this was definitely a good conversation. We're not playing that shit tonight. Mods, if you see something before I see, y'all already know the drill. It's Call of Duty in here tonight.
Nate, funny as hell. Blessings, blessings. My bad. I forgot to say that. Blessings, Nate. Blessings to the chat. Blessings.
Nah, you good, sis. You good. I was waiting for you anyway. And shoot, I had a little issue trying to start the live anyway. I was like, come on, we're not doing this again like earlier. I had to restart my phone early in the middle of a live earlier.
That's what
But
I just was going through. I didn't know I was still on the live with you, but I was looking for the damn StreamYard on my phone. I was like, oh shit, it's on the tabs.
yeah, but definitely it was a good one. Like yesterday, was basically telling the people like if they didn't catch the live with you yesterday, because I know you broke some of it down. I did peep it, but it was a good talk. Like we had Angel up on the panel, and that was a good thing too, because again, people are going to bring awareness and stories, and those stories could affect and it could impact people who probably might be going through something. Like even with
Yeah.
this situation about the schools. So
And like I told her yesterday, that's one of the other reasons why I also spoke on my story. Like once I got my story out, like I realized that when people said let it out, it really, it does help,
yeah,
especially when people don't know you. And I'm not listen. Like at the end of the day, like I told people, I'm not ashamed and I'm not embarrassed. Before it was more of me being scared. It wasn't never being ashamed or embarrassed. It was more being scared.
yeah. Yo, Realist,
Cause
what's
like,
going on? Lovey, what's going on, y'all? Yeah, appreciate y'all for tuning in tonight.
that's
Special
why we
guest
tell
tonight, Riders for Life.
Nah, but for real, like that's why I tell people like you got to listen to these kids because I was a child that lashed out and didn't know how to tell nobody. Because the times that I did tell, people ain't believe me, and it took for outsiders to really help me out. And that's the crazy part. You would think family would be the first one to listen, but they're the first one to scream at you.
Yeah,
That's why I tell people, I'm like, listen, to this day, when you yell at me, I ain't listening to you. But I've learned how to walk away. Before I used to lash out. So I understand some of these kids. Some of them are not right. Some of these parents need to get their shit and their morals, their morals and how can I say their priorities in check because you're not raising your kids right. Y'all just letting them do whatever they want to do. And then some of y'all just think that because y'all do it, your kids gonna do it, and those are the ones that end up depressed and fucked up in the head.
Cheryl, what's going on? Guan, Cheryl. Nah, but it's the truth though. What you just said right there too. Again, you want to be the first line of defense when it comes to the kids because guess what? Even if you decide you want to send them off, they still got to have that common knowledge of really what's going on because the world is drastically changing again. So
Exactly. And then people get it mixed up too. Like you got the kids out here with special needs. Like they're not stupid. They're very smart. Like kids with autism, all of them, they fall in different categories. My son falls in the Asperger's category. Well, as in you can't tell if he got autism or not. Like
yeah,
it's crazy as hell. Like and his IQ is really, really high. But it's hard for him to focus. So it's
yeah,
kinda like it's just crazy as shit. So like I told everybody, right now he wants to move on his own when he turns 18. He got a whole job at McDonald's. He's going to school. Like his whole life changed when he got into private school. The public school was messing my son's head up real bad, especially in the condition that he was in. And all they wanted to do was stuff him with medication. That wasn't the way. And that was the only reason why they was sticking medication down my son's throat was because the doctors was recommend. I mean, school was recommending it. If I didn't give him medication, he wasn't allowed to go to school. If I didn't send him to school, I would get truancy. I got fed up.
And seeing that was what you did the right thing as a parent because no kid should be forced to take medication, and no kid should be forced to take medication that's definitely not going to um alleviate or help whatever issue they might be having because we've seen some people been misdiagnosed. You thinking this person has this and really come to find out this is what they're really suffering from. So guess what? Now you gotta wean them off of whatever medication you had, and then you gotta get them
Hmm.
adjusted to something new.
You gotta treat them like an addict, and that's crazy at a young ass age.
Yeah,
And people's like,
because
that can't happen. It can happen, and the schools don't give a fuck. Like, they just want your kid in a chair like a zombie, not moving around, not talking. Because to tell you the truth, my son's problem was that he wouldn't stop talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. So, and basically all he talked about was math, coding, and games.
yeah,
So it's kind of like I told him, I was like, listen, he's got STS. He's supposed to have these services. And then to top it off, y'all don't let us sit with our kids. Here in Philly, they don't. I know in other states, other, countries and stuff like that, the laws might be different. The bills, the whatever you want to call it, like, shit might be different. But here in Philly, you're not. You have to go through a whole background check. And that's however the longest the school decides to, and they feel like doing it. That's it could take up to a year because when I wrote mine in, I did it 2 years before the incident happened, and I still didn't get my background check.
that's crazy.
And
And
I
that's
didn't
why
have a
it gotta
problem.
be changed.
Like my shit is clean. Like the only problem I ever had was like how can I say? And I never how can I say? I never been arrested. I never been in county jail and none of that shit. I've been detained for 24 hours because
Yeah,
I ended up defending my mom in some type of fight that involved a knife and shit like that. But at the end of the day, I ended up proving that it was self defense, and they're supposed to expunge the case, but I don't believe in that shit. So I've seen shit people talk about that like my case is nobody's supposed to know about my case, but somehow they go online, they find out about that shit. But I ain't worried about that shit. So it tells you right there what I went down for and everything. 24
right.
hours ain't shit. Like I tell people, I've never been to jail. I've been detained. There's a big difference.
Exactly. Hey, Angel, I ain't even peep you pop in. Blessings, sis. Blessing everybody that tuned in. Again, my special guest, Riders for Life, Rachel. Definitely here speaking about this topic, especially as involving the kids, man. And some of y'all gonna have to take that drastic step, whether you want to or not. Because again, if you feeling like you know there's certain things in your school system that ain't working, and if you ain't gonna be a vocal part and try to make a change, you might as well just take your kid out for the right reasons, but you still got to make sure these kids are getting education. You can't just have them running around the street.
Facts. Because half these parents got these kids running around these streets doing things they're not supposed to be doing. They like, I don't know what's going on. You know what's going on. You just don't give a fuck right now because whatever you're doing is more important than what your child is doing.
Facts. And you got too many parents like that. Not saying all, but you got a lot of parents who are like that. And you be like, you really don't care about the future of your kid, man.
Hmm. I thought I was tripping, but now that I'm older, I see why a lot of old heads was the way they was back then. I used to be like, yo, you tripping old head, like you miserable old head. Like when I was
Mhm.
young as shit, yeah, because I used to try to figure out what was going on. But now that I'm older, I see the bullshit. And it begins at home because I used to always hear every old head say that. And I'm not gonna say every old head. I'm gonna say a lot of the OGs, which is
Yeah.
to me, like I said before, original gentlemen. Those are the ones that are respectful, will pull them kids by the ear, take them to the parents. They ain't give a fuck. And then you got the old heads, like the females that did the same shit, but they was respectful about it. And even if they cursed you out, you as a kid would still listen. And like I don't know how to say it. You would say what you would say, mumble that shit between your teeth, but not once did
Yeah.
you disrespect them. You can't find one old head that can get respected by one young bull right now nowadays at all.
But you know what it is? Some of these youngins got the misconception because they feel, but and this goes again because you got some of these older people who are acting more like kids than the kids themselves. So of course, how can I sit here and have respect for you if you moving around worse than I'm moving
Mhm.
around?
Exactly. It's like my 5-year-old said. Listen, I took my daughter out of daycare because that was going to be the second problem I was ever going to have here in Philly. I was going to really rock an orange suit. My baby pops went to the school because he knew how my temper was. Funny
Yeah.
part about that shit was he almost lost his temper, probably as close to mine or probably a little worse, because the reason he went up there was because my daughter got punched in the stomach by some little kid. What was
Mm.
the staff doing? My daughter shouldn't be coming to me and complaining that some little kid punched her in the stomach, and I could just keep going, right? So my baby pop goes up to the school because it was a little boy. So
Uh-huh.
he's like, I want to talk to the dad, and if the dad's not available, let me talk to the mom. I would have had to walk up with him, but before he even got a chance, he was telling my daughter, like, let me see who's the little kid so I could talk to the teacher, blah, 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 blah. Tell me why they snapped on him. Oh, you can't be having her pointing her finger at nobody, da, da, da. He's like, hold up, wait 1 second. My daughter's telling me that some little kid is picking on her and he actually, punched her in the stomach. My daughter's going to point out who that kid is, and me and y'all going to have a conversation. And I want the parent of these kids, blah, blah. They gave him a whole attitude to the point where at the end, when everything got solved, they had to apologize. Y'all was wrong. Y'all got teachers in here, staff in here throwing chairs and cursing in front of kids. Like, what type of daycare is this?
Yeah, and you got the wrong people. This is what I'm saying. You got the wrong people who are taking these jobs, and their heart is not in it. That's just like if you working in the medical field. If you know your heart is not in it, I don't think you should want to just work there, not just because it might be a
They
good
there for that check.
opportunity or a good check. Yeah,
They there for that check because plenty of times, like, listen, I've seen so many when I was in a health aid, like, I volunteer here and there, but I can't sit here and really work in that field because it's just crazy how I've hear so many people be like, oh, it's an easy job. You get paid every week or you get paid bi-weekly. All you got to do is just sit there. They old people, like, they ain't really doing shit. You just change your diaper here and there. I was like, no, it's way more than that. Because shit, the old people I take care of, yeah, it's okay when it's at nighttime, all you got to do is really change diapers. I get that part. But sometimes
yeah.
they need you to bring them water. Sometimes they need help to go to the bathroom. Sometimes they can't get up on their own. Like, they want to try it. They do things on their own, yes. But y'all got to sit here and realize we have a job. We're there for a reason. Like, their families, imagine, like, just flip the scripts. What if it was
Mm.
your family?
And I think some of them would probably allow it to happen because some of these people, sorry to say, don't have no type of humanity or any type of integrity. And again, y'all got to start doing backgrounds on people. That's just like I'm not going to hire you if I run a business. If I feel you ain't going to be a competent worker, you think I'm going to hire you? No. And if I
Mm-mm.
hire you, guess what? I still got to. Make sure you don't mess up. I got to literally watch you because if I feel like you're going to be an asset or a liability, all right, hold on. Let me try to at least be generous and give you the chance. But if you mess up, you gone. There ain't no
Yeah,
keeping your job after mistake after mistake. Nah, you should already know what's expected of the job and what to get into.
exactly. And
Shoot.
like I said before, it's crazy that these kids know more than us. And I've seen it. Like, I've taken so many kids under my wing around here, same way as my baby pops, and I'm sitting here like, damn, like, they smart as shit. Especially when they all found out, like, damn, we can get a free LLC. I was like, listen, your LLC is free. What you pay for is your permits. Once you hit a certain age, go get your LLC, pay for your little permit, depending on what it is that you want to do. Like, it's this much, this much, this much. They're like, for real, I was told that you got to pay. No, you don't pay for your license. You pay for your damn permit. I don't know why people keep saying it the wrong way.
Yeah,
You don't pay for the
yeah,
LLC. You pay for your permit. Even
that's
the
a whole
EIN
thing.
number is free. I'm
Yeah,
sorry to
that's why
say
you
it,
got
but
to
even the EIN number is free. You can get that online for free yourself.
big fact. Hold up.
So, like I
Blessings to
said,
everybody that pulled in. Tanya, Didi, I see y'all in here. Go ahead, Rachel. You good?
but these kids really want to really make it out there to like. One of the young boys that we took under our wing, I put up a song that he did with his brother on my Facebook, on my YouTube, just not so long ago. I reposted it.
Uh,
Um, and what's crazy is like if you listen to the song, like you can hear the shit that they go through in the hood.
yeah.
Like I told people, I'm like, these kids ain't stupid. They want to make it out. They want to help us, and then some of them know the right way. The others is just fucking up because it's what they see.
Yeah.
We're judging
Just like,
them for all the wrong reasons.
and see, not all of them are on the wrong side of the path, you know. And
Exactly.
then you have some who are delving between that path only because, you know, again, some of these people want to be and belong to something. But instead, you know, you got to have your own mind and think, you know what? If I got a group of people that's doing something I know is wrong, why should I be a part of that?
Exactly. What do you hear half these young bulls say? It's like the couple young bulls we took under our wing. They all say, "Oh, ain't nobody got faith in us." Everybody say we ain't gonna make it. We ain't worth shit. All we good is to be. Listen, don't go by what people say. You wanna know what it is? That half these people are stuck in their past, and they think that just because they did it, you're gonna do the same shit.
Yeah, you know you're not. Dog, I know you ain't just sneeze on me, fool. Get out of here. My fault. My damn dog just sneezed on me, mad rude. Come on, son. Nobody told you to come in the middle of the cipher. Get out of here.
You
No, but you know,
said your
it's the
dog?
truth though. Yeah, I got a dog.
Oh, okay,
Rachel,
okay.
you ain't never seen a little dog? Shoot, better go check
No,
the
no,
short.
no.
The first
I
short I
was
put
making
was
sure that
there.
it was a dog. I was making sure it was a dog. I was like, I make sure I heard you right because you kind of like, I got the headphones on, kind of like clicked when you were saying the sentence.
Don't worry, I ain't said kangaroo and I ain't said Komodo dragon yet, so you good.
No, I thought it was a kid. I was like, let me make sure it's a dog first before I say it's a kid and I get cursed out or something.
Hold on one second. You know what I'm about to say though, right? No, you cannot come on because how the hell did you just come in here and ain't even say nothing? See, I already know what time it is, so I'm gonna let the mods have fun tonight. I ain't even for it. Can you come on? You could come on your mother, but you can't come up here and I don't know you. I'm sorry, but you ain't adding nothing real constructive, which I know you ain't. You can't come up here. Now you can sit back and
This
enjoy
shit.
the show. It's always a troll alert. You know, with topics like this is when the trolls want to be stupid. Any other time, niggas is quiet. This is the one thing I'll be laughing at. But this
Listen,
should be something y'all listening to anyway. Because again, if you got kids, this could be affecting your kids, idiots. Now back
I
to you,
know.
Rachel.
Listen, when I used to talk on topics like molestation and shit like that in the beginning, it took for one content creator, like he used to talk about in his channel and stuff and give great advice. He was one of the ones that also told me, like, when you get overwhelmed on social media and stuff, just take a break and stuff like that. So when I first started, I had a lot of people come at me, which made me feel, I'm like, yo, I didn't know what the fuck was going on in the beginning. I didn't know nothing about trolls. I just started learning about trolls. Mind you, I started in 2020. So I wasn't really understanding what was going on and why I was getting so much backlash and people talking about, oh, you can't be all in your feelings, all in your emotions. I'm saying, I'm like, wait, hold the fuck up. How in the hell or how in the world am I in my feelings? Hold on one second.
You good? Yeah, definitely appreciate y'all. And again, mods, y'all see something off the rip. Like I just seen it. Y'all already know. Ammunition. Because we not having that tonight with nobody. You want a eulogy service, I'll give that to you any day of the week. But we ain't doing this tonight because this is a topic of real conversation. And
So,
again, this can
like,
affect people that's in your family. So tread lightly or you get your head sniped. Pew 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 pew. Go ahead, Rachel. You
so basically, I'm gonna make sure your kangaroo got no guns. Anyways, yo, basically in my head, I was fucked up in the head because I'm like, yo, I swear to God, I was feeling like there was a lot of people that was on the side of the pedophilia, the rapists and shit like that. And so I was told, like, look, listen, this is gonna happen a lot. You're gonna have a lot of people that's gonna come on your panel. That's gonna talk a lot of stuff. That's gonna make you feel down. Like, that's gonna bully you. That's gonna talk trash. Just don't pay attention to the chat. Like, for a while, I took a break, got back on, and started doing my thing. But mind you, that I noticed that that whole year that I was off, I was getting views on my videos. I thought that I wasn't going to fucking get nobody's attention, and little by little, I was. So at the end of the day, I know that, when we talk about things like this, it takes a minute. And I've had other people be like, look, listen, look at my channel. I got over 14K views. I got over 5K views. And you know how long it took me? It took them years to build their channel because it's positive.
Yeah, when it comes to channels like this, they always gonna try to they always gonna try to knock you. Like I told somebody the other day, I said, it's a blueprint to everything. Like I was telling my friend this other day too. I said everybody got different blueprints. My blueprint seemed to work because again, I said I did my analytics all in all. And like I said, I'm not worried about numbers, but I laughed because apparently my numbers was off. Where I thought I only had 4,500 watch hours, it apparently is over 6,000 watch hours when I opened up that whole thing. I said, "Oh shit!" So I ain't
Uh,
really worried about nothing as far as I was
I
concerned.
didn't understand that shit so either. So because when they remove half my shit, my watch hours goes away anyways. Like the videos that I got clipped up on my podcast, I had to clip them up and change the titles and shit like that, and like take certain music off and stuff because they was blocking it and they was removing it. So I had to find certain ways because certain videos I couldn't put up, but certain videos I was able and worked my way around it.
Yeah,
So, and especially the ones where I talk about, like I said, molestation. Like if you don't notice, I've had to like repost a lot of videos from 2022 and 2021.
yeah. Nah, and sometimes you're gonna have to do that because I noticed that too with certain videos. I seen this even before, way before I thought about even doing content. I seen that I was like, wait a minute, why this person reposting this video when it was? And I was like, oh, sometimes they give it a certain limit and they'll either take it down or you got to repost it. So I already know how it is, but
Yeah, they start fucking with you, talk about you going against community laws. I'm sitting here trying to look how the fuck I'm going against community laws. It's like, yo, like make it make sense. Then people little by little started reaching out. Like, so that's one thing I'm grateful for. That's why I be saying like I can't sit here and have the time to stay mad. I may get frustrated for a second or get, disappointed as shit, but I've learned not to get mad at shit. You just gotta move on. And that's one thing I'm teaching my kids. Like I was saying, like shit, I'm proud that my son is 16 even though he's in the spectrum, I'm not
yeah,
letting him determine that, how can I say that, mental illness determine who he is. And I'm proud of that because they tell you that kids with autism can't work. Kids with autism can't do nothing. All they could do is, flap their hands and flap their feet when they running. That's not true. There's different spectrums, and even the ones that flap their feet got a bigger IQ than us.
yeah,
I'm sorry to say it. So for the people that say here, all that it ain't worth fighting for these kids, it's really worth fighting for these kids because they're not all bad. Yes, there's some kids that are bad, but then look at the parents. And if the parents are not bad, that means that the parents are not the ones really raising them. It's somebody in their life that's actually guiding them, not the parents. It's not. There's not a friendship between them. Sorry to
exactly.
say it.
And they don't want to hear that shit neither. But it's facts. Hold up, Tay. I see you, baby. Now I see you laughing. Talking about can I come up? I know. You know what I meant by that earlier, though. You know exactly what I meant by that. Everybody that rock with me know that they can come up, but any Frito Lay niggas cannot come up here. Especially you ain't even say what up to me or the chat. Go eat your mama and suck a llama and whole that. Like no, but you are right though because I think one of my neighbors downstairs, I forgot, I think her son. See, that's the crazy part. Now, I give her that much. She had two kids with her baby father. But the sad part was nobody knew that the baby father kind of was on that spectrum as far as I think he had autism. But see, his daughter didn't get it. His daughter perfectly normal. It's the son that got it.
But
You know, so
you know that it's scientifically proven. There's already been scientists. There's been whistleblowers that have proven that certain vaccines is what really developed this autism shit and certain mental illnesses too. I've talked about it and I've worked around putting the videos up, so I'm learning. So I'm learning how to beat YouTube.
what you
So
doing
like,
driving it? Hold up, Tay. What you doing driving on the road trying to pop up on the panel, sis?
hey,
You better not crash. You better not crash on that road, woman. I'm a leg drop you.
he said I'm a leg drop you, yo.
Tell you what's going on, baby.
Shawn Michaels in the building. Hold on, said I'm a
Um,
leg drop you.
tell you, yeah. I know you driving too. I'm gonna give you a minute to respond, Tay. I know you on the road though. I know how it be though, because that service do go in and out. But
You hear me?
Appreciate you for popping up. I can hear you now.
Okay, good. Hello.
Mm.
I was just Blessings. messing around. I really wasn't going.
Riders.
I was in the bushes though. I already seen the one troll come through and did the second one.
Yeah,
Word had knocked the first one out.
because there's always one though.
Right. You know, I never noticed if I ever had trolls on some real shit.
I think you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that person that was in your chat the other day, Ryder. I think that's even though I'm going for multiple accounts. I gotta watch it because in any event, it feel like you saying something out of pocket. You're getting up out of it because
No,
you're
I
not
never
gonna
really
disturb
pay
the
attention
message.
to. I never really pay attention to my chat, and I've gotten people DM me or email me talking about, yo, why don't you ever write bad? That I'm like, listen, I'm gonna be very honest. I was taught not to really pay attention to the chat because of what happened in the beginning. So I don't mean to hurt people or nothing like that, but like I never really even noticed if I ever do got trolls. Sometimes I look and I answer back, but other than that, I never really noticed my chat like that.
No, but sometimes you gotta pay that attention only because you might
I'm
get
learning.
somebody saying something else. No, no, you good. Only reason why sometimes it's good not to look at the chat. See, like you got the main people in here. Like, see, prime example. I could look at the chat one good time for everybody that I've seen popping in or just popping in. I'm not gonna look at the chat no more for a minute. I'm gonna give my salute and blessings to everybody, like I always do. But it's like every time I do pay back attention to the chat, it's always I kept going. Fuck out of here, Oreo Frito lay ass niggas.
You want to fool somebody? Yes.
What's
You
going on
want to
though,
fool?
Tay? You leaving work?
Nah, I'm out now. Just in the car. Is it loud in here?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can definitely hear you. You good?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the conversation. As far as I know people always gonna be like, "Dang, she always gotta talk about black." Cause I'm black. That's why. Nah. But no, it's just my son. He goes to this group, and I feel like this group is like it's lit, bro. The group is called lit, but the group is lit. Like it's literally lit. I feel like it's designed to help young men be leaders, be productive leaders. So every he goes to this group every Saturday. That's why after I get done with my live, I be telling y'all, I be like, yeah, I gotta go, cause I be dropping him off there. But
Oh, okay.
they always, yeah, they have something where they teach them, whether it's just a discussion, it's always something. And I feel like it's great for um, even the dads that are present. It's good for the ones that are not. And even though you are a present father, some are not present like that, you know. So just like last week, they had a carpentry class, so it's teaching them how to put things together, things like that. Just teach them how to be a man. Teach them about if you were to go out to eat, like what an appetizer, how to order, how to be in a professional setting. I think it's really good, and I just think that if we had, just imagine if we had that all around the world. Think about, in the next 20 years, how you would just see, men change, black men, like that. So, just a thought I wanted to give. But that's it. I was just joking, though. What the words they take, you black. Yeah, I'm black.
Don't listen
Can
to
y'all?
the word. Yeah, I can hear you. Don't listen to the word, man. He light skinned. It's all good though. Shoot. No, but that's a good one though, Tay, because See, programs like that are needed regardless of how people might feel, because guess what? It still takes a community and it still takes a village at some point to come together, because the youth and the kids and the babies are the future, right? So gotta get in accordance, because we had our chances. We got our chances. We was in that era where the parents really was standing in regards to what? Even the ones that was doped up to a degree was making, nah, you ain't doing that to my kid. What the fuck you said? Nah, no, 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 papa, no, no, do this again. Like, you know, because if they was guarding us from certain things, you know, why we can't do the same thing? You know, and this will
Because
build character for some people, because you're gonna have some people, even if they got active parents, it's gonna be things they probably ain't gonna be comfortable really trying to, and that could be a problem too to some degree. But then again, if it's certain things your parents can't help you with, there's nothing wrong with them getting the outside help. But everybody got to be committed, because again, you're working together.
facts.
Right. And that's another thing too is that like these men are mentors and they're stand up men. So like they'll check on me and be like, how is he doing? Is he good? How is his grades? Like they really truly care about these kids. And it's just amazing, yo, for for not just for him to have his dad, but he has other people that holds him accountable. So I like that.
Yeah, because guess what? You know, there's gonna be things you're gonna have to be aware of, because you're gonna have a small handful of them kids who is not saying they don't trust their parents, but they kind of scared to bring certain things to their parents. They think their parents ain't gonna really be hip to whatever, or they not gonna really give them a listening in. But then again, too, it has to be accountability there, because you can't sit here and hide something. You know, that's just like if a kid come to me right now, yo, I did this, is that, and the third, I don't want it. You're gonna have to tell your parents at some point. I ain't gonna tell them, but you're gonna have to tell them. You know, you know, and I don't care how long it's gonna take you. You still gonna have to tell them that truth, especially if it's something that you know for a fact they gonna want to know. Because when you leave your parents out the loop too, you put them in a dangerous position. Because again, some parents think you going to school and doing whatever. Meanwhile, you could be out here cutting school and doing whatever. So again, you're gonna have to be a visual and a vocal part of the kids' life. Period.
Let me ask
Sister,
you
what's
this.
going on? Go ahead.
Let me ask you this. Did you watch that and this might be a little bit off topic or whatever, but did you watch that TikTok video? I think he's on Instagram as well, where he's like the guy is saying, he basically got 7 kids
Hmm.
and he laid down with these women, but these women knew that he didn't want to have kids. And he told them that from the jump. And so don't be expecting him to be in these kids' life because he didn't want kids. And yes, he didn't use protection. Do you know the video I'm talking about?
I didn't even. I think I gotta look for it, but I think I heard
The
something
video
about
is
it. I think a clip
viral.
of it. No, you know what it is, taking certain things that's viral. I'm just now like getting hip to, and then there's other things I'm like, wait, I seen this before, but it just, it refreshed my memory. But what you talking about, it sounded like I think I seen a clip to it. But I'm gonna check for that video definitely. But if
So the
that part
dude,
right
so I'll just tell you a little bit about it. But the dude is like, yo, I never wanted these kids. I offered them abortion, and they didn't want to take the abortion. And don't call me up because I'm not gonna be in their life, and this and that. And basically, these women gave me access to their body. I didn't have to do nothing uh, to even get access to their body. Basically, they're low of the low, and you know, just basically, he's not gonna be there for those 7 kids, and he's not strapping up.
well, then
What, what do
that's a
you think
crime
about
against
this?
humanity. That's a crime against humanity, and that's on both ends. I just spoke about this kind of on Saturday, Tay. You know what is, I'm glad you brought that up, because again, this is people that need to be held accountable for those type of fucking crimes, because uh, a child is not a child is not a toy. A child is not none of the above. A child is actually a gift from God, and that's a gift
And
that
Rachel,
most
I want
people
your
ain't
opinion
getting.
too. I think her name is Rachel, right?
Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, I would like her opinion. Sorry to cut you out like that.
Oh
No,
no,
I
no,
know.
you good. Go
I
ahead.
know what video you talking about because I got that John saved on my TikTok. I was gonna do a video on it, but I wanted a man to speak on it, so I was trying to figure out who to send it to between Nate and the word.
Oh, shoot. No, the
Okay,
right
because the
thing.
reason is because she's not wrong about it. But my thing is like I was speaking with somebody about that the other day too. Like, here's my thing. Like, I know that a lot of these females is hoes, right? But y'all, not all of y'all. You know, it doesn't. You know, the shoe fits. That's on y'all. But
Facts.
some of y'all niggas need to stop parking your car in, a lot of garages and, stop planting y'all seed in certain, flower pots because at the end of the day, like, I don't know, like I told people, I'm like, what's the problem with wearing a condom? Using protection or just not fucking the bitch. I'm sorry.
It's a I don't know. Just you know right there.
They both wrong.
Yeah, it's a crime against humanity because guess what? It works on both ends. The same way, you just spoke about this dude. It's the same way with some women. Some women are laying up with multiple people having kids for no reason.
Yeah, that's
Just
why
to
I'm saying it. Like, the man had 7 kids by 7 different baby mamas, right? And
yeah,
he knew he got them pregnant, talking about, oh, I gave them the money for the abortion. Oh, but they didn't get rid of it. But here's my thing: do your research before you park your garage. I mean, before you park your car in that garage. Don't
facts.
just fuck anybody raw. It's my point. Like, I was raised and I was taught by a lot of old heads that you just don't let anybody come in you. I'm sorry to say it like that.
Yeah, nah, it's just, but that's an old fact though for most
Yeah,
people.
and
And
then a woman is, a man goes as far as a woman lets him. That's another saying that I heard old heads tell me.
yeah, because it's a two-way street when it comes to that. Because some men will let a woman go as far as you think they want to go too. But then again,
Hmm.
when it comes to this type of situation, this is not a laughing matter, and this is not a joke, and this is not a fake playhouse. Because guess what? There's actual kids being involved in this, and at the end
Hmm.
of the day, you are setting them up for the failure because you're not being a responsible adult and a parent. So
Yeah.
it goes both ways. If you gonna mess around and do that, and then some people should understand that if you already gave somebody a clear indentation on what's what, and they still decide to do something, then you can't blame nobody but yourselves neither. And
Facts.
them first two women could have been a clear example of, you know what, we messed up, we learned from our mistake. But some of y'all women can't have that mistake. Like I remember one situation, the dude was, I think he had like two, he had six with three women, and then he just had multiple kids after that with different women. And I'm like, how y'all niggas how don't anybody know this man? He probably was already telling, look, I, we ain't doing this. And if this happens, I ain't, it is what it is. Nah, come on. You can't do that. These kids ain't asking to be born in, and this is not a game. You know, you have to become an adult when it comes time to bringing a kid in the world. You have to strap on your boots for real because they
And
are the future. They the future
and that's
now.
some facts. I tell everybody, listen, I was taught before because when I was first had my kid, I was confused. Like, a lot of people know my story, but
Yeah.
I was told, like, how can I say it? Damn, I just lost track. Um, Fuck, I'm gonna have to get back to it. I really lost track. I had it, but my daughter walked in, and I really completely just lost track.
Nah, you good. Don't worry. We
Damn.
in here for a little minute. For those who just tuned in, y'all already know hit the like button. And if
Oh,
you're
here we
new to
go.
the channel, like, share, comment, and subscribe.
I was I was taught when I first had my son that it's not you who has to change. You don't change you. You change the things that you do in life. You make up for the not make up for the mistakes, but how can I say it?
You
Like,
learn from it.
you try to, yeah, you learn from your mistakes and you become a better you than what you was yesterday. It's not a competition between you and another person. In reality, it's you. And how can I say it? They used to tell me you're your own worst enemy, and I'm like, what? And I get the same. I get everything every old head used to tell me. I get it now. now, and I'm only 33. I wish I would have
Yeah,
gotten it before I had my kids, before I made my mistakes, but I didn't.
I was just
But
about to ask you that. So, Rachel, I was just about to ask you, Rachel, growing up as a young woman, did you have your mother tell you when dealing with men, this is
no,
how you're supposed to
my mom ain't
react?
speak to me. No, my mom ain't really speak to me about the birds and the bees. It was
And
really more
and
the old
that's
heads.
what and that's what I want to know is because it's like, how can you know what to do if you've never been taught, right?
Exactly.
And then you have people to say, well, women need to stop doing this and women need to stop doing that. How do you know? How do we know if you're
You
not
don't.
being taught?
You
You
don't,
don't.
cause like I
You just
tell
go through
people,
life maybe having baby, and then after a while,
exactly.
I guess it sinks in and it hits. And so men sometimes want to say, well, she shouldn't have been doing it. She shouldn't. She wasn't taught though. Men could be like, oh, well, she's a hoe or she's this, she's that. She wasn't taught how to when she date a man or be a man or be with a man. Hey, don't have sex with him. You know, just immediately. Or, of course, it's common sense not to have sex with him immediately, but you can wait a little while and he'll still do the same things that,
Mm,
you know, a person he been with, for several months.
yeah. Cause see, my mom spoke to me after a lot of facts. My mom tried to be a mom, like I told people, but I didn't understand her situation until after I got older. So kind of like my mom was brought up in in a fucked up situation. Like, I wouldn't say fucked up. I don't know how many of y'all like heard about y'all parents talk about like they wasn't allowed to go outside or speak to the boys and stuff like that. If they got caught, they would really get their ass whooped.
yeah, they from
So
that sheltered era. That's what I would call the
my
sheltered era. Yeah.
my mom was from that era where you're the oldest girl. You're the only one that has to cook. Your brothers ain't allowed to, wash laundry, touch the stove, none of that. You're the one that has to do everything as the oldest female. So, kind of
Oh
like
yeah,
my
you
mom was
from
a
that.
little, yeah, my mom was a little fucked up in the head.
What a word. I ain't see you up, Pooh.
So not coming at her because like she tried to like fit in our era and everything, and that's why I say that I didn't understand her situation because when she found when she learned about what was going on with me, instead of defending me, she kind of like I don't listen. It's just crazy.
Wait, hold up. See, word just said not word. Realist just said something that I was already saying a while back. See, some of it is because again, when the kids are not being taught, and that's on both ends, the men and the women, because you got some men who ain't shit, and you got some women who ain't shit.
Hmm.
See, that's why I'm saying when you got those type of people into the equation, these kids end up suffering because guess what? They not knowing
Exactly.
no type of love. They not getting no type of real education on anything in life. So they just learning as
Yeah.
they going along. And a lot of times the streets or this internet is going to teach them before you do, and that's the sad part about it. You don't want
But
that.
Yep.
I do feel like even though, yeah, men wasn't taught to be in their child's life, it's common sense.
Listen,
I
did you
believe,
know?
right?
You know
You
that to
have a
my
baby,
mom.
you take care of the baby. Of course, you don't have to be with the girl, but you take care of the child. Ain't that? Or no, I'm tripping.
No,
You're not
listen, it's
wrong.
not wrong at all. But it's
I mean,
again,
I feel like that's not something. I understand they might not teach you how to be a father, but you
no,
should.
it's about not being in
That's
that child's life. Period.
you have a baby,
Exactly.
you own up to that, and you take that.
Who the hell is in the damn driveway? That's you, Tay.
Nah, that's not me. Mm-mm.
Oh shit. Ain't
I'm
nobody
about
in the
to say
drill.
somebody.
That's
I'm about to say somebody sound like they piled up the Kawasaki's up in here. Wait a minute, man. Hold on. Let me get on the back. I'm trying to go somewhere. Like,
we in Philly. No, I'm in no room. You hear that shit all the way inside my house. That's the crazy part.
oh no, I'd be like that. Look, they done heard some of my lives in here. I'd have been in the house like how I'm in the house now. If I'd have had this window wide open, you'd have heard a little bit of everything. But surprisingly, it's been quiet today. Not even a damn ambulance. That's
But
the
this
first.
this is what I want to say too is that I feel like my parents' generation they were irresponsible as well.
There you go.
But
Thank you. Because I was about
the
to say that.
thing,
You know that. I was about
yeah,
to say that. Okay, let me tell you
the
now.
only
I could tell you.
difference is that they had common sense to
Kind of.
marry, kind of to marry the woman. You know, if she got pregnant, then they would marry her because, like, for instance, like my mother and my father, my mom got pregnant, and then my grandmother told my dad, like, you need to marry my mom. And so that's
Yeah.
how pretty much they ended up married, you know. But
Some of them were responsible because my grandfather would tell you he a hoe. He
so
married my
hey,
grandmama
if
and
you
still
marry
flirted
your
in the
grandmother,
beginning.
you have kids in the making too.
listen, listen, lie to you not, but he wasn't lying. I'm trying to figure out how that man got 20 kids.
Damn. Wait, Platty, what's going on, baby?
And my grandmom was the last one he was with, and he said it before he got married to her. And in the beginning, he couldn't get used to being married. He stepped out. She knew about it and kept forgiving him. I'm sitting here. I'm like, nah, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I just think what makes them less irresponsible is that they stood up and became a man and took care of
Oh,
the
you
child.
right.
Whether
But
it
still,
was
that
out of
double life,
wedlock,
having kids on the side though.
whether it was out of wedlock, but let's just say, your grandfather had those 11 kids. Did he take care of all those kids?
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying. That's the difference between our parents' generation and this generation. Is that even though Grandpa might have stepped out, he still made sure that his
No, and
kids
the funny
knew
part
who
is
he
they admit
was.
that shit. They admit that shit. They ain't not ashamed of their game.
Yeah. You know, and
Right,
see,
and
this is the
Grandma
thing.
stayed. She knew what it was. She already knew what they did.
No, but like I was trying to say, you right on that part because my mom felt like she was a slave when she was young. She ran away at 13 and got with my dad. She didn't have me until she was 21, 22. But she ran away with my dad when she was 13. You know how old was my dad?
Right. So I personally feel like I don't think our moms even knew how to uh
Exactly.
be with men because they were irresponsible too. They had sex, and then the only thing what made them, I guess, look righteous or whatever the case is because then they end up getting married.
Yep.
Right. So now
Yep.
you
And
we
that's
done met
why,
another generation. Now this generation is not marrying when she get pregnant,
exactly.
and
And
and the,
it's
and the
right here. It's
mother is
repeated
not.
cycle.
Yeah, and the mother is not saying, okay, when you meet him, don't give up the goods, you know,
Exactly. But you had
don't
Yeah.
old
give it
heads
up.
telling
You
you
just let
you
him.
had old heads out there telling you, but you wasn't listening. Like I over here, like a
No
man will
way, but
always
you know
pull his
what?
pants down, pull him back up, zip him up, and walk away. I never understood the phrase until I got older. Like why they keep saying that? Like, and I was with my baby pops for a very long time, but the phrase didn't get stopped being repeated to me.
Mm. No, but see, this is the thing too. Wait, somebody echoed again. Better not be you waiting on karate chop. No, I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. That was me this time. I don't know why this tab just opened, but
Oh,
it is the truth. It's some truth in this. That, but guess what? In this generation, Tay is different only because guess what? Some of it, social media again, has a lot to play with it, and some
yep,
of it is just all of the agendas that are being pushed. Because again, you know, when you're not being taught nothing at home, guess what? Everybody else is teaching the kids. You know, everything else outside of your comfort is teaching the kids.
that's
So,
why I
you know,
said
that's where it goes too. You know, some people do still have them values of wanting to get married and have a family. But then when you got a whole bunch of shenanigans and a whole bunch of shit that really shouldn't be promoted, you know, you basically messed up the moral compass and the values because, you know, we all was hotheads at one point and we all was hot asses at one point. But we was smart hot asses. Like, wait a minute. I don't want to hear this, and I definitely don't want to have to. Yeah, let me strap it up, you know. But you know,
but
it's
nowadays you
different.
have to strap it up because, and even with that, bitches is slick as shit. Cause I've heard bitches tell, and I say bitches because that's what they are. I'm sorry, I can't call them women. I can't call them females because only a bitch would sit here and fucking poke a hole in a man's condom and sit here and tell him months later I'm pregnant. Like he's like, how the hell we use protection?
Yeah, we got to be mindful of that too, because you still got some people who do that shit too. That's what I'm saying. There's certain things that people was worried about back then are still happening now. You know, and
Yeah,
then
I'm saying
I,
here
I
like,
found out a little small handful. It's a small handful of people. Like prime example, some people can't use condoms because they're allergic to latex, and that
hmm
will break. I found that out with somebody I was dealing with years ago, and she was like, "No, don't." I was like, "Oh shoot, we gonna
I've
have a
been through
problem."
that because my mom is allergic to latex. She couldn't use condoms. That's why she kept getting knocked up.
And I think that's what I'm saying. It's always something because everybody's bodies and genetics is different, you know.
Yep.
But you know, for those who, you know, even for those who know for a fact that's what they're allergic to, your main bet that person you're supposed to be with, you should keep yourself at distance, or at least have some sort of backup contraceptive just in case. Because I knew one person who I don't give a damn what you do. I'm on the pill, and I know for a fact I ain't. I said, okay, better safe than sorry, you know. But again, a lot of things have to get taught from home. But if they ain't getting taught nothing from home, guess what's going to happen? Everything else is going to basically play
But
and influence their mind too.
a lot of them lie about that pill. But you know what I learned about the pill too? For females
Yeah,
that do have irregular periods, the pill helps them get pregnant.
yeah, that's the crazy part about it. He said, "Get that lamb skin." Oh,
Yo, they funny.
Yo, word, what's going on, bro?
Oh
Chilling,
shit,
chilling,
blessings the
bro.
word.
What up, though? Hey, I wanted to hit on a couple points real quick because Tay made a good point about the generation thing, and I think it's important to learn from the mistakes because if we don't learn, we keep making the same mistake, and then we make worse mistakes, which what we see now. Like you were saying, Tay, back in the day, you know, when they knocked, when a man knocked a woman up, they was encouraged to marry. And I think
Mhm.
what happened with that is like, a lot of people were forced into marriages and the kids see it, the parents not happy and they say, well, I'll never do that. And I think that's what discouraged marriage in our generation now. Is seeing people marry for the wrong reasons. So now we got a group of people who like I ain't getting married. I seen my mom and dad go through this and they just running around making babies. We didn't learn from the mistake the first time. And you see what I'm saying? The mistakes get worse when you don't learn from. So now we
Yep.
need to understand that we have to be selective. We have to encourage these kids. We have to kind of scare the shit out of them. Like, look, your life can be ruined just by having fun. That fun probably lasts 5, 10 minutes for y'all, but guess what? The rest of your life is ruined. So you have to be selective. We have to make them understand. Like when we was talking about Karma Sutra, it was a whole different aspect of sex. We think of sex as an action, and it's not. It's an energy transfer. These little girls need to know when these little boys put their thing in them, guess what? They DNA stay in you forever. They always connected to you.
Yeah, I heard
That
about that.
we have to explain to the young women how sacred, their private part is, and make them know that they loved and valued, and they got to think highly of themselves so they can be selective.
But
So
see,
we got
that's
to
not a
teach them.
listen. That's a responsibility too. Also to
Mhm.
remember that when you bring your kids into this world, that's no longer just worrying about you. You have to worry about the sake and the future of your child and your offspring. So you're gonna have to come together. If y'all can't come together accordingly, then guess what? Just like Word said, it's gonna be the repeated cycles. We ain't gonna never learn that.
Look,
And
Yep.
I agree with what you said, word, but I feel like, and maybe I could be wrong, on this, but I feel like my my parents' generation was so focused on surviving
Yep.
that they didn't teach me confidence. They didn't teach me that, you know, what I'm supposed to do when a man approaches me or things like that. They didn't teach me life skills. I don't know if I'm just speaking for my family, but I feel like black people, what we was taught was like respect, clean up, like things like that. I know for me, that's what it was in my household.
Yeah.
Um,
in, in the black
but
culture,
as
I
you
may even go
stated,
this.
I want to go back to 1 second too, and then I'm gonna let y'all talk. When you stated that it was to a point where men didn't want to be in marriages and things like that, that's understood. Now, however, what happened to men sacrificing? Now, I'm not now. I do feel like at the same point, like why be in a marriage you don't want to be in. Like I do agree with that, but at the same time, I feel like there was a point where my dad didn't want to be with my mom anymore, and I already knew it. But he stayed because of the kids.
Hmm.
When is there any men that's willing to sacrifice and say, I got to do this for my family? Because ain't that what a man's supposed to do? Sacrifice?
Yeah, baby. Guess what? It's a different category when it comes to certain men because certain men actually do try to provide and do what they do. But we see some of these tragic stories we get now. The men trying to be a vocal point and also trying to be a part of their kids' life and what some of the women are doing.
Hmm.
So, it's always a mixed bag, but I get where you're going with that. But you gotta
I
look
speak
at
a
it. You
lot on
can't just
that.
say because you got some men who already want to be the sacrificial lamb and like, look, this is my responsibility. I gotta do me. But if the woman is keeping the child away or playing games and using the kids as a pawn, then how does that happen?
To me,
Yeah,
But I
when
get
you
where you're
in a
going with that.
situation like that and men are complaining, you got to put yourself on child support because then you go through the court. You see, she can't keep you away, okay? Because
But you
it's a
see,
court order.
wait.
But
Let
men
me say
sometimes
something.
don't want to do that. When she does that, then you take the necessary step and put your ass on child support.
Yeah, but
But y'all
you
don't
know
want to do
something.
that.
The court
But
system has played a lot of men doing that. I know a couple men right now that are paying child support, and guess who has custody? Are paying child support to the mom while they got the kids.
exactly. There's
let,
different
let,
situations,
The
Tay.
mom is not in the picture or nothing, and they're paying child support because they sat here and they volunteered to pay child support.
let me say this real quick to just set the tone
Wait,
for the
word.
conversation.
Wait, word.
Yeah,
Say that again, bro. I think your mic was going in. Wait, touch your mic again.
Tap tap.
can
Nah,
you hear
because
me
it
now?
sounded like because it sounded like you was going in and out for a second. I want to make sure everybody hear everybody. So I know
This
Tay
shit be
driving
crazy.
too. So
That's somebody else's mic. I hear it. I had mine on mute and I still hear it. But
Tay, you still in
let
the
me
car
say,
driving?
everybody just
Go ahead.
once let me I just want to set the tone because the conversation is dope, but we got to understand this too. Um, when we talk about subjects like this, it's a lot of variables. We got our own personal experiences, what we see, but the reality is on both sides, the men and the women. You know, um, we all got to do better. It's just not the man's fault, and it's just not the women. It's both sides, men and women. This is why I say you have to be selective with who you lay down with. You have to be very selective because there's men out here that's not taking responsibility with women or with good women, but then there's also good men out here who want to take responsibilities and they got bad women. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
on both sides. The problem can't be fixed by fixing one gender. It has to be both. And the only way you can get to that is you understanding who you selected to create life with. You have to be selective. If you choose the wrong person, that can mess up your life. And it's unfortunate because it's prevalent in the black community because we black and we see it not only through our own experiences but our family. But this is a problem that plagues everyone, every race. I see it within every my neighbors. I'm in the suburb and I see my neighbors going through custody disputes. The guy is doing everything he can possibly can. I done seen different men come out this lady house when he at work and I don't know what it is because I ain't nosy like that. Come to find out, she was cheating, and there was at least six different dudes. This dude doing everything. He stayed with her. He was crying, talking about, she been cheating on me for years, and it's getting worse. The more I try to work it out with her, the more she just keep doing. And it is, and then I stayed on the female side with my sister. You know what I'm saying? So it's on both sides. So it's not just one side. It is men out here sacrificing just like it's women. The problem is that the good men are getting with the bad women, and the bad women are getting. I mean, the good women are getting with the bad men.
Yeah. But that's something
That's
that been kind of
true.
going on through. But that's something that been kind of going on for a minute because you got some women who, regardless of what, you might have a good man in front of you, but you would rather push them to the side. And it's the same way with some men. You push the good women to the side because you want you. Oh, I got she bad. I know. But then guess what? Not every baddie is going to be that person that's going to have some sort of common sense because that baddie for that moment, guess what? Is only going to be for that moment, especially if they for the streets, and that's on both ends. Same way that dude is only going to be for you but for so long. You have to be, and we all basically touched on this one way or another about just being selective. That's what you're supposed to do in life. And if you want to be doing what you're going to be doing, then still be responsible. Like, I was wild, but I was still responsible. You wasn't catching me without a million condoms in my pocket for no reason. And I'm sorry to say that, but this was the truthfulness. I was already learning things I wasn't supposed to be learning, but that's because um, I was just doing what I was doing. But I was smart enough to know, yeah, I know what comes with this. I definitely know what comes with this. If you think the boy wasn't reading, I used to read books my moms didn't even want me to read. That's because I was just like, let me see what the hell everybody talking about. See, I was already curious on certain things. So it was like, all right, I know I can't go this far. I don't want to hear Mr. 9 months later. Sorry. But
And
everybody
and
is built different. And some people actually learn on their own. Like, see, I was one of them real ones. I was reading stuff I wasn't supposed to be reading, but I was like sneak reading. Let me see what the hell everybody reading and getting all not geesed up about, but let me see what got them stuck in a book that ain't even hear me asking them 5 minutes ago. I need some juice. So you'd be like, okay, this is what
and
they be talking about. Even with medical stuff. And listen, it's all about just having that knowledge, but you also got to be responsible for your kids. Period.
And that's some things. And it's like
this,
she
this
said, Tay said, like, we also repeating history because I can sit here and vouch and say that I've been one that repeated history, but I repeated history without knowing that I was repeating history. My mom ran
Yeah.
away from her house at 13. I ran away from my house because of what was going on with me at the age of 15, 16 when I met my baby, 15 when I met my baby pops, got pregnant at 16.
Yeah.
Like, people don't see that part. I was like, if you don't talk to your kids without you wanting to, your same history is going to be repeated with them.
Yeah,
And
you
the
gotta
only
get
difference
down.
between me and her is I took a different path.
Yeah. And that's what that is. And sometimes, what's funny? Even when you try to avoid, I've seen some people try to avoid that same path with their kids, and it still ends up happening. But just like you said, they chose a different route. It was like, all right, look, I already know what it is. And some of these people are actually, and it's sad to say, even though it was a young pregnancy and all that, but they still together to this day. They still
Yep.
together to this day, because they already had a bond before all of that. See, if you got a good bond with somebody, whether you a good friend with them or not, that bond right there, and just that all in all, we on the same accord, that right there should tell you, like, all right, if I do take a chance at some point, at least I know I got a responsible person. And some people change, especially when the baby does come into place. Don't get that twisted either. And that could be on both ends because everybody could be all for it. But when it's actually coming down to that clock and that countdown, that's when everything's supposed to come into accordance. And some people, it's like there's a disconnect. I feel like this. If I'm bringing a kid in the world, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you the ratchet of the ratchet or if you my love and my all. Guess what? Uh, you ain't getting rid of me. Sorry. Sorry. You just ain't
I
getting
might
rid of me.
I might
Cal,
add this
what's
real
going on?
quick. I might add this real quick before I jump down. My son going crazy. I gotta put him to sleep. But
Thing one
something
chopping
that
you?
no, my sister out there getting beat up right now. But one
Damn,
one
son.
thing I think that'll help remedy a lot of these problems is we have to get back into a tribe like mentality because even I mean with the way the system is now with with people having to work, you know, It's gonna take just more than the parents. Even if the parents do what they do their job correctly, guess what? Everyone doesn't know everything. That's why that saying is so important when it said it takes a village to raise a child. We have to not only, like I said, if you want to be successful in life, you got to put yourself around the right people. We got to do that for our kids too. We got family, start with family, get closer to family, you know, even like-minded people in the community, in your vicinity, your friends. We need to start pulling people together more, um, because the whole village thing is gone. We got to bring that back. That's when we were successful. That's when we were prosperous, when we had villages. But we need to get more in a tribe-like mentality, um, because doing it alone, it hasn't been working for us. you know. So I think that'll help remedy a lot of things. Because, like I said, even when I was growing up, guess what? We knew who the teachers were because they lived in the community. The police officers lived in the community. You see what I'm saying? So when things
Yeah,
happened, they didn't just have jobs. These were people that we were close to, that we had conversations with,
big
people that
fact.
we actually knew. Now we got strangers policing us. We got strangers educating us. We got strangers when we go to the hospital. We don't know these people. They have no ties with us. So what makes you think that they really care? They doing a job and they human. Guess what? Every time you go to work, you don't put your best foot forward. But guess what? If you know someone, guess what you do? You do everything you can humanly possibly do to help them. This is why we need to get back into the tribe, the village mentality. We have to do it. We have to come together.
Facts.
But let me jump down. I'll be
I
in the
know he
chat.
karate chopped you. I know he karate chopped your ass. I see it. Look, I see some drool coming off the side of your lip. See, gotcha.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you still on the road or you good now?
No, I'm still on the road, but I'm about to get off. But yeah, I just want to say this. I feel like black men and black women need to come together. Okay, we both need each other. At
Facts.
the end of the day, black men, we need you, and we need black women. Period. Can't nobody do without the other, and that's
Facts.
just till we get that in our head, and we actually work together. Then we'll still be dealing with these generational curses that we got. You know,
The way you just said that, Tay, honestly, that was the purest way to even ask that question because that could be asked by anybody, and that's the truth. You only want to have but the select few who are going to listen to reason. See, this is why I do what I do. I bring awareness. It's not just to it's not just to our community. It's just to a village. Period. That it still takes a village to raise kids. It still does take that. We have to be the vocal points and we have to be the stand-ins for these kids, one way or another. And it's time to come together now. It's time to stop being irresponsible. And what you just said right there, the way you said it, Tay, wait, who just dropped off, Tay? Or is that Ryder's you said?
Tay just fell out.
Oh shit. Well, hold on. I'm gonna drop the link again in case you want to pop back up. And I do appreciate those who tuned in. We still in here, Ryder, because like I said yesterday, your live was definitely, you know, and this is something that needs to be brought, awareness that needs to be brought, especially for those parents. No, I
Both of
got you,
y'all,
Tay. Hold on. I got you, Tay.
both you and the world been speaking facts, and there's something that y'all both speak on a lot right now. We're on a spiritual war, and we're gonna have to win this war right now because you can even tell like the people that are meant to protect are
Yeah,
harming the ones they're supposed to protect, whether it's an officer, whether it's a principal, whether it's a teacher, whether it's a coach, whether it's a father, whether it's a mother, an uncle, an aunt, or a grandmom or a grandpa. Some way, one way or another, there's families and homes that are being destroyed.
that's a fact right there. And And that's why I was like in the vibe yesterday because part of your live was, in fact, I felt like it was a continuation. I felt like you watched my live that Saturday because I was speaking about some of this. And I'm just like, I was like, yo, what's the odds? But I was like, I already know how you give it up. So I was just like, but it was the odds of the way you were saying one thing. I was just like, yo, I just basically said that shit the same way, bro. I said, yo, that's what's up. I said, you gotta definitely do this. You know,
Exactly. I just got
and
a
it's
like
still
I got a
about being on the
female
women.
I got a female point of view of saying things, and you got like that raw cut male view of saying things. So it's kind of like I go a little easy, but you go a little more raw with it. So we got the same perspective, just different ways of saying it.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're not always going to get, some people are not always going to sugarcoat stuff. And I've seen some women that have said some things, but they kept it raw too. But it's a respect level at the end of the day because you got to respect the jokes if you want to be technical. And it's not even really a jokes. You got to respect what's really being bought because some people are not always going to be kind hearted and not always going to be so bubbly about giving real information. Sometimes you're going to have to hear it the raw way because some people resonate with that. See, I could give you a balance.
I was raw and uncut when I first started, but I had to go a little easy since I noticed my son was watching my videos.
Yeah.
So I had to cut the cursing out. I still ain't stopped dropping the F bomb. It still comes out a lot and the shit bomb, but hey, I'm trying. I stopped
But
a
you got
lot of cursing though. I stopped a lot, a lot, a lot. Because I used to really curse a lot. Like I used to get mad a lot fast. My temper was very short. Four
facts.
years ago, I've changed within the 4 years, especially when I noticed that my son started watching my channel a lot. I was like, oh shit, I thought I was gonna make this an adult channel. There's no way. There's no way. And
No,
then him and his friends watching me, I said, no, there's no way. I'm like, y'all actually watching stuff like this.
yeah.
Well, to me, you're not the only one we watch that talks about stuff like this. I was like, oh shit, okay. So let me stop cursing.
No, but when you said that too about you was like I let my child watch you. Like there's a lot of people like it's people now like even in real time. Yeah, I curse like a sailor, but that's me. It's not an easy process sometimes. Sometimes I could be calm, cool, and cordial, but then when you just say things that flare me up, I'm gonna get ghetto with you because you just said something that was definitely unintelligent. And especially if it didn't resonate with something that's supposed to be on a building term anyway. But other than that, I'm usually calm, cool, collected. You just gotta worry about me making sure your stomach don't hurt with the laughter. That's it. Like you leave me alone and we good. But all in all, like everybody has come about different topics and these topics too. Like even yesterday, you know, it's sad because when you broke down those two situations, especially, it's happening in the schools. Like again, for some of y'all that are letting your kids go to school because you might not be able to homeschool them and do whatever. You got to make sure the people around them, they ain't strangers. Like with me, I couldn't get away with certain things. It didn't matter what school I got transferred to. And I only got transferred too many times in the fourth grade. That's because your boy was really Tasmanian hell. So I'm gonna tell you, like, bro, you
Let
can't
me
do this.
let me ask this one question that a lot of people get offended by, right?
Like,
And you shouldn't get offended by. I'm not talking about you, but I'm saying people shouldn't get offended by. But
yeah,
do you know that there's a lot of people that's not on the sex registry, right?
yeah,
There's a lot of people that hasn't even gotten a record. Like they could have been bullies, they could have beat the crap out of somebody and gotten away. There's no record that they did whatever they did, and they could be used to it. You see where I'm coming from? So my whole thing is, right, why put your trust, like I've said before, in a whole system in these schools like nothing without realizing, without doing your research, like if there's no teachers unions or nothing. Like our parents knew there was teachers unions. There's people so old that I'm saying, I'm like, wait, why didn't y'all just pass down a message, right? My whole thing is, we know there's a lot of people that's not on the sex registry. Back to that.
yeah,
Why can't y'all do deeper researches? How do we know that this teacher growing up wasn't sitting here touching kids or growing up wasn't a bully and still used to it because they was able to get away with it like so many other people? And like, I'm trying to figure out why can't people sit here and think logic like this? Like, how is it that hard to really sit here and think logic? As a parent, you can't tell how your son or your daughter is changing when they're coming home from school. You can't tell if they've been touched or they've been picked on or they've been beat up. They've been, their mood, their behavior, everything about them changes.
Yeah, that part right there too. Hold up, salute and blessings to everybody that popped in. I see you, old head cowboy. I see cowgirl in here too. I see all y'all in here. Glad y'all tuned in for the conversation. But it's the truth. You gotta pay attention. See, like one thing, I didn't really go through too much in school, too much besides the occasional, yeah. This boy was a clown, or he might have. It wasn't. If it wasn't clown, it was, yeah. Your boy got into a fight again. But that was because it wasn't no short man syndrome, none of that shit. No, a lot of people used to try to pick because they figured the smallest nigga in the bunch is going to be the easiest target. Yeah, I was a whole different breed. They used to be like, "Yo, can you get your son? Like, what's going on at home? Nothing." It's literally when I get to where I'm getting to, you have people who just they think differently. Like, don't think just because, oh yeah, he pipsqueak, he ain't going, we gonna whoop his, yeah, okay, we getting these hands, win, lose, or draw. Just let you know that. Like, and there was nothing outside of, I did have people that even when when I was in, even when I thought I was in trouble, now I wasn't in trouble because a lot of these people was around. Like my mom's had damn near eyes and ears everywhere. It was certain situations that even if I thought I was going to get into it, it wasn't happening. Like, yeah, I had to give you the early call. Check on your son. But that's how it was back in the day. Everybody was a village. You good, Tay?
And that's true because me growing up, my biggest issue was always the men trying to hit on me. And like even as I got a little older, 15 years old, I had older men. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm 15 years old, like y'all is sick. Like y'all make me sick to y'all stomach thinking I'm this little ass girl. They're like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, this shit gotta be crazy. I would come back to my baby pops, I'm like, yo, babe, something's wrong with that old head. Like he's sitting here steady flirting with me, and I'm steady telling him I'm a minor, and he's like to the point where my baby pops almost got into a fight with a couple of them, and I'm like, yo, that makes me feel like they predators. Like you sit here telling you're not a pedophile, you're not a predator, but you steady hitting on me, even though like I would sit here and tell them I'm like 10 years old. Because around that time I could pass that shit. I could get into the movie theaters and pay the tickets for a 5-year-old or 3-year-old. You see my point? I've always been short and skinny until I got older. That I got thick when I got pregnant with my daughter, my sons first, and then my daughter. But other
Yeah.
than that, to this day, I'm 4'11" still. I stopped growing up as a teenager.
Shoot. Wait a minute.
So my whole point
Tay.
is,
Wait, hold up, Rachel. My fault. Tay. You can hear me? Tay. Is that you on the other one popping up right now? Are you switching devices or something? This is another one trying to pop up. Oh, it moved off. I don't know. But go ahead, Rachel. You good?
but my point of all that is that
Hello?
as a teenager, I know there's pedophiles out here like crazy, preying on us young women. Like you steady
Wait.
sitting here telling a man you're not of age, and he's still trying to hit on your ass to the point where he'll get another man locked up. I'm sitting here like that shit crazy, and you're older. You're like in your 40s and your 50s.
Facts. Wait.
Sexual
You got a
deviance.
little feedback. You got a little feedback in the microphone, Rachel. Yeah, I think Tay just dropped off again. Damn. The link is still in the chat. Yo, old head, what's going on, bro? Okay, hold on. I know, Tay.
What's up?
You got out that car finally.
Yeah.
No, look, no more tired buns. You look like you was on the road for hours. The face earlier, I was like, damn, she look like she driving. Like, damn, I don't want to be on the road right now.
Facts. Facts. But hey, I wanted to speak on what Rachel was saying about that, young when you a little girl and older men talking to you. That that shit happen all the time. And I feel like that's something that we need to be touching on with our daughters. Men need to be touching on with their daughters and stuff like that, because being a young girl, you do go through stuff like that. And also black people, you got Uncle James. Oh, James, I ain't mean to mention you, James.
Yeah. Now look, you gonna look, see, you done got him in trouble now. Look.
Y'all know
Nah,
we all got that one uncle in the family that be touching such and such, and we
yeah,
don't say nothing. We just all be quiet because that's how we are. Black people, we
yeah,
don't say nothing. We just be quiet. No, no, we don't need to be doing that. We need to be out in his ass.
facts.
He don't need to be around at the family reunion. Okay.
It's both ways too, though, because you got so listen. It goes both ways too, because you got they don't even got to be uncles. It could be aunts. It could be cousins. There's always one person that you got to worry about. But then once that gets found out, because guess what? Accusations is accusations, but when truth is truth, nah, you got to excommunicate them. They got to go. Doesn't matter
Yep, and
who it is.
a
They got
lot
to
of
go.
these aunties, and a lot of these female cousins, yo, I've seen it. I'm sitting here, I'm like, families don't even know they go both ways, and they steady defending them, like, oh no, that's not true. She got a whole steady here preying on the little boy and the little girl. Kids speaking up, and listen, sometimes kids get tired of giving either a hint or actually telling the truth to your face and getting told you're lying. Like, that's the first thing that'll make a kid shut down. Is the first person they'll tell them that they lying.
Yeah, but you know what it is too. And some people, in certain cases, you might get a small handful of people who actually, if one person don't believe them, they're going to still continue to tell somebody until the message gets out there, because some people ain't going to want to listen to reason. They ain't going to think it's truthfulness, or they ain't going to think
Facts.
that's possible. But it is possible. You got to be mindful of that.
And when that doesn't work, they lash out, and we're sitting here trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, you have certain cases where if nobody is really trying to listen to them, then guess what? Um, it's either they're gonna harm themselves or they're gonna end up being the aggressors them damn selves. So you got to be mindful of that too. And certain people should just have it in their minds anyway. You know, it's immoral to be trying to go after anything young. Period. Don't let that go over your head. I don't give a damn if you're a male or a female. You should have it in your mind not to go after anything young. If that person can't see you eye to eye, meet you common ground on anything, you can't even purchase no liquor. I'm sorry to say it like that. You can't even purchase no liquor, no schnapps, no nothing. Yeah, you ain't in my league. Sorry. Tay, that's you? Or that Rachel?
I'm here. Oh, he fell off again.
Yeah, Tay, what's going on, baby? Oh, all right, phone call, no doubt. Yeah, the link is still in the chat, though. Anybody else want to pop up? Because, like, again, this is a good topic of conversation that need to be had, because some people ain't trying to listen to that. And again, everybody has good vocal points about, especially, how to deal with this situation right here. And even if you want to pull them kids out, like I said, you got to be ready to deal with everything. You got to be a teacher. You want to have to definitely be the vocal point. And it does take a village and a community to come together and do that. Again, back in the days, we was good to some degree, because if our parents wasn't hip to certain things, it was somebody that always had their eye on us anyway. Like, yeah, make sure they doing what they supposed to be doing. And that's how it's supposed to be now, because you could avoid a lot of situations that's happening now.
And that's some facts. Like, people need to start coming together, start uniting. Like, like on a lot of the meetings that I go, I notice that a lot of the people, whether they Hispanic, whether they black, I notice that both communities are still united, the black and the Hispanics, when we go to these meetings.
Yeah.
Sorry to say that, but it's the truth. Like I'm in a community where we're all mixed up. We even got Asians and Chinese in the community down here. You got family members of, you got families that are black and Asian in a household. Like they got kids and everything, kids mixed up. Half Puerto Rican, half black with a Japanese. Like we really mixed up down here in the hood. So, and at the end of the day, like I've said before, I'm like, I don't know if people have heard of Jane Elliott. Like she said it herself, like we're all one race of different shades on some real
Yeah.
shit. And we need to start really teaching that to our kids because they don't know nothing about racism when they're born. They don't know nothing about killing. They don't know nothing about hate. They don't know none of that. These are all taught behaviors. And growing up, I thought that we was born knowing that shit, to be honest with you, because it's everything I've seen. Like I seen us be, in good terms, but I've seen so much hate in so many families, so much rape, so much abuse, so much bullying, so many fathers and mothers arguing. I've seen people get raped in daylight, and I'm a survivor, so it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. And see, I'm glad you said that too because you mentioned that yesterday in your live, and that's why I'm saying like, everybody comes from different, circumstances. And some people, again, if they not getting that proper help, oh yeah, you might got a little feedback, Rachel. Yeah, you good now. All in all though, everybody has different, backgrounds that they come from. And again, some people need that all in all help. And when you are not given that all in all help, you know, you're gonna have dire consequences. See, I was one of them fortunate ones because again, despite my situation, I still felt like the man upstairs placed me in the best situation despite my situation. Because I still had people that actually loved, cared for me, knew what it was. And again, some of them are even looking at me now like, damn, you really came up. Like I got two of my peoples, you know, they not blood uncles, but they really looked at my mom's like a sister. So you already know when it came down to mom dukes and everything else, they was on point. Like those was the shooters. Like they wasn't playing. And they was always making sure because they always knew, yeah, I was always getting into little situations here and there, but it was mostly the fighting. But that's because it's not just I was fighting with people that I was having disagreements with. No, I was also having a conflict of my own because again, some kids are gonna go in this world and not really know who they are, what they purpose is, what they belonging is. Even when they are in a good situation. So it's like you gotta think about it. You coming from inside of your house where everything is safe, calm, comfortable, then you go outside and realize there's things that are just out of this world. And you be like, wait a minute, this is really what it is when you're finding yourself. But all in all, there was times I ain't really had to do nothing. And it wasn't because I was scared to. Well, yeah, I was scared to because I know where my temper could land. And again, I wouldn't be here to tell no type of story. If I was to allow any type of emotion to really consume me, it'd have been a wrap. And even when I was near there, I had the best people around me that always at some point said something that resonated and said, you know what, I'm back.
Facts. That's the same reason why I say I'm blessed. But what's crazy, like I said, like these kids nowadays ain't as scared as we was, or are as scared as these parents are nowadays. The reason why I say that is because when I go to these meetings, I see them all mixed, different colors, different shades in their skin, different cultures in there, sitting here fighting for different things. They can't sit here and fight for their school because they're not old enough. That's one thing that I forgot to say yesterday, and I forget to say it a lot in my videos. They're not old enough to sit here and talk and ask to talk to a representative to the representative of the to a representative from from the
No,
senator's
Rachel.
office. They can't. You can't hear me? I
No, I'm
broke out.
saying when you were saying, wait, you using the headphones or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gonna have to. I think it's your headphones because every time you are speaking, I got to hear you, but then I hear that feedback too. I want everybody to hear you clear and good.
That sound
'Cause
better.
yeah, you sound better now.
All right. So like I was saying, is it's crazy how these kids are sitting here fighting for like the recycling, the parking lots, the how can I say, not the bullying, the stuff that's happening in our communities basically, to better our communities. They're coming together. If I think if they could fight for to get more security and more systems into their schools, they would. Because I'm telling you, they're kids from the ages of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The oldest I've seen is 15.
Yeah,
So I'm saying here, how can they sit here and fight? And they're fighting for communities. Like some of the kids in my own community is going up there to fight for this stuff, for jobs, for more stuff, for more programs. But where's the adults at that are supposed to be fighting for what's happening in these schools? Because when the kids speak up when the kids speak up on the situations that are happening in our schools to try to bring solutions to the table, they don't get listened to. Many have tried. Y'all seen the videos go viral on TikTok. Have y'all seen
yeah.
them really actually do anything?
Nope. And that's what I'm saying. It's that's the truth right there. What you speaking on straight facts. Just like I was saying the other day about the community meeting that they had. I was like, how was it? It was more of the teens and some of the youth, and even it was a couple elders there. But I'm like, where's the adults though? Like, where's the parents at? Where's everybody else that's supposed to be here? How you
I can
think somebody gonna really listen to
I can
you
answer
if
that real
how you
quick.
think they gonna listen to the kids though?
You know where they at? Some of these moms is out here worrying about, the clubbing on the weekend. Because some of these meetings do take on a Friday, on a Saturday, maybe on a Sunday. Like it's
Yeah,
rare you see a community meeting on a Monday through Thursday. So you know where some of these moms is at. Some of them got that money, they getting high. Like some of these dads is out there. I get that, but why aren't enough of people around our age range going there? You see the elderly can't barely walk in these meetings, and you see the youth and the teenagers go to these meetings. Is
yeah,
a few of us that attend these meetings that are from the ages of, I would say, 25 to the ages of 45, because 50 and up they go, 15 and down they go.
yeah. Yeah, because when there's
So I'm
certain
kind of
things that's
confused.
happening, yeah, because when there's certain things that's happening right now, you know, a lot of them they worry about their communities. Like we went to a lot of meetings, but they still already had this past. Like when they was building over, like in New York, you see how they with this fool ass. And I'm sorry, let me put this up here again because I got to get crazy with this one. When this fool ass nigga was the mayor and talking about some everything should be built over because of yeah, some of these places needed to be built over, but not all of them. A lot of spots you messing up all five boroughs because they building. And don't get me wrong, some of these spots like between Brooklyn and the Bronx do need more schools, more programs, more stuff of that nature. And I grant that because this is why a lot of things is happening in the city the way it's happening now. But in the same token, you building over everything that doesn't really need to be built over. Certain things was community gardens, certain things was just, it needed to be vacant only because shoot man, listen, property tax, no, not even property, is it skyrocketing, rent skyrocketing, and then not even that, who wants to look directly into another building? I don't want to be waking up in the morning thinking I'm going to get a clear view of something and I'm looking into my neighbor across the, like, I'm not going, like right now, prime example, I can't even look out my window like how I used to. I used to be able to see everything, even going down to the train station and stuff. That view gone. And that was a community garden at one point. And if they would have kept up with what they were supposed to keep up with, I think the city probably would have respected that because we still got a couple spots that they ain't do nothing with because those are community gardens and they still keeping up with what they supposed to keep up with. So that's what you got to do sometimes too.
You know that sometimes I feel as though that some of these old heads is right, and they're trying to put martial law in here, and they're trying to find ways to put that martial law so that we could live like they living in China, chipped up and all this shit here in the United States.
Yeah,
And they're
because
using our kids to force us into it. So I think a lot of these old heads is like not crazy.
nah, they wasn't. A lot of them was. You know what it is? Some people right now think like I never discredit or I never sit there and not just openly hear anybody on what they talking about. some of the older heads have said some things that, you know, you'd be like, I it sound kind of, you know, because they was there, especially those who was at war. So you know, when they telling you a story, they are literally they been there. You know, I people because I remember one day this old head that lived in my area. Now he was really a war veteran and all of that. You know, so people used to be trying to, you know, they used to joke with him about the hat because he never did that hat, but that's because his hat had the Purple Heart, all that other shit on it. So he was like adamant about, yeah, nigga, I served my country. But the thing was, I remember he was trying to tell one of these youngins something on the corner one day. And, you know, they kept trying to be funny. He's like, man, just because you got that damn hat on, man, you ain't no real vet. Let me tell you what ensued after that, because that was the funniest comeback. The knowledge after it was all said and done. He said, boy, you think I'm sitting there talking out my ass for was in your father's nuts? I was in here crying. Yo, Rachel, when I tell you I was crying, I said, yo, that was the ultimate snapback from my old head. But he shut that young nigga up to a degree because it was like, yeah, you wasn't trying to listen to reason. He's telling you something because he's been there. And you might be possibly getting into a certain field and you thinking you know everything. Nah, you got some people who've been there that know it. You gotta learn to listen sometimes. Give the respect when it's due. On both ends too. You good, Rachel?
I always said that these old heads is wise and smart, and a lot of them is funny as hell. That's why I liked taking care of these old heads when I was a health aide. Like they had stories for days. But when the last old head I had that passed away, she had a heart attack 5 years before I had started taking care of her last year. That was when I stopped being a health aide and stuff, and they was trying to force the vaccine on us and stuff like that. Um, but she had got paralyzed. Half her body got paralyzed. She couldn't move half her body. So, I had to change her diapers and stuff like that. So at nighttime, she would sit here and show me, she would tell me, like, can you pick that photo album for me? I would give it to her and she would show me the pictures and everything. And when she told me how old she was and what had happened to her in the past, yo, when I tell you my jaw dropped when I seen the pictures of her walking next to Martin Luther King, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh shit, you're not lying to me. Like, and these are original pictures from back in the day, like black and white. Like, you cannot copy this, you cannot fake this, none of this shit. Like, this is some real film right here. And I'm telling you, the stories are crazy. She was there for Rosa Parks. She was there for a lot of the stuff that happened. Malcolm X. Like, she sat here and she told me a lot of stories, and I'm like, my jaw dropped. But her stories were kind of a little different from what they would tell you in school.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing. They always fail to realize everybody's going to give you a story or an accordance to something, even if it might sound far fetched. Sometimes it ain't always far fetched, you know, because there are things that we are aware of, but we ain't fully got the knowledge on. And if they got the knowledge on it, if they already spoke on it, hey, you better listen. You know, like I remember them days, like you'd be able to go in the park certain days and certain parks you go in there, and there was always a couple old people sitting in there, you know, and when he's sitting in there a lot of times, you see a whole bunch of kids around him, you know they either tell us some good stories or they really bringing some sort of information. And seeing that's the
Yeah.
most that still needs to happen.
Yep. And what fucks me up is that a lot of the stuff that this old head told me, and she was 97, I think it was, when she passed away last year.
Yeah.
So she made it to a really old age. But some of the stuff that she was talking about, how wait for there to be, the bankruptcies. She was talking about the vaccine. She didn't want the vaccine. She was forced to take the vaccine and all this stuff. She's like, I know I'm not going to be here for long. And it's crazy how she predicted all this that was already happening.
But you
I'm
know what's
saying,
funny?
what the fuck? That shit
They
just like
always,
really just fucked my head up.
but you know what it is, Rachel? Some people, when they already predicted certain things, that's because they already know they about to be going home. And see, like I didn't believe that until, you know, because it was one thing, and one of my friends that I did lost, you know, when I was coming up, you know, that's what made me say, when I know people are speaking and saying certain things, and it sounds like boy, you tripping, or girl, you tripping. They already know that's that calling. You know, I could even use, prime example, I could use Pac, for example. Like when he told his boy, he said, I'm not even going to live. He said, I'm probably not going to make it past 25, which he was truthful. Look, he basically said, like, I'm not going to be here long. And when people say that sometimes, you think they crazy, but that's because they probably already know they only going to be here for that small time frame. They're going to do what's necessary. They're going to make sure, especially the specific people around them, are getting the general gist of what's going on and just trying to be there regardless, because some people ain't going to be here for long. You got some people that it's rare that they make it past a certain age, especially depending on their genetics, but when you hear something like that, that goes to show you she already knew what it was.
Yeah, especially to hear it from somebody that's been a part of history and you never heard it's been in the books or heard spoke of. I'm like, damn, but you got actual proof that you was there. Like, god damn, I can't sit here and say you're a liar. You got DVD, not DVDs, VHS tapes and stuff like that. Like, you still got a VHS player. Like, who the hell has a VHS player in their house? You have an old ass TV. You don't believe in smart TVs. You don't want cell phones. You still got a landline. Still talking about they could track that. I'm like, what is you running from? Nothing. Are you hiding from something? No. She's like, I know they all in my business. I'm like, why? She's like, watch this. I was like, oh shit, you was a part of the march and all that stuff. Like, get out of here.
Yeah. Wendy,
Like
what's
I
going
was
on, sis?
and to see actual footage of that shit, I'm sitting here, I'm like, damn, and you got this shit an old ass VHS player.
Yeah,
All old
got some
school. Like
people
she
that.
had nothing from this era was in her house. She didn't believe from she how can I say? She would say the microwave burned her food. Her food had to get cooked in the oven, or you would have to cook on top of the stove. Like everything had to be old school.
Yeah, because some people still live with that old school tradition. Like, wait a minute, let me give a salutations. What's going on, Wendy? I see you in here, sis. No, but some people still live by the old codes and the old morals because again, it's good to have certain traditional values, especially when it comes to you know family living. And then again, it's good to have those basic skills and training, and it's also good to keep it basic sometimes because guess what? This technology now, some people are not hip to it. You're gonna have some select people who might be hip to it, but everybody else ain't hip to it. They used to the old ways of, you know,
Shit. I know. Like it used to be hard to get her to sit here and like watch my phone when I was taking care of her. Now when I do the health aid, because I'm not doing it as much as I was doing it a couple months ago, because I'm
mm,
trying to like transition. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm gonna finish this diploma, get this little trade, and get a different job until I start my business. Because I'm not trying to overwhelm myself again like I did last year. So I'm trying to take a step slow. If I'm not here for them, who's gonna take care of them? Like I gotta keep remembering that.
facts.
So
Wendy, I'm good, sis. You know me.
like
Same old, same old. Definitely,
some of the clients that I do take care of, like they like listening to you. They like listening to the word. Like sometimes when I listen to Lonnie One Love, cause she be funny as hell. They like let me listen to that young girl that you be listening to sometimes. Like she is so crazy. I'm saying
mhm,
I'm like oh shit. She like but I only watch this with you. I don't want no cell phones in my house. She's like you're
mhm,
lucky because you're my nurse. You have to take care of me, and if you didn't have your phone, they couldn't contact you. But other than that. Put that YouTube back on. I'll be cracking the fuck up.
yeah. No, because you know what it is too. My couple of my peoples, they ain't in here tonight, but these are the ones that be in here from time to time, and they know me personally. Like my boy Heineken, he'd tell you straight up, just like my homegirl Wilma and my other homegirl Linda that popped up the other day. Like they'll tell you straight up, I'm raw and uncut, but I'm truthful with it. You can't get no, you can't get no realer than this because my homegirl does, home health aid her damn self, and she said, "Yo, I'll be trying to watch you when you doing the music, but she be up." But then, but then, like during the days, I'll catch her. I'll catch it, and then sometimes, couple times that she even caught it. Like she ain't interrupt, do nothing. Like, oh, okay, I know who this is. like because but it's the truth. It's rare to hear a person like me come on in. I'm keeping it real, and I'm telling it like it is.
Yeah, sometimes
And I'm
I catch
still
you
standing
live,
the
and
points.
sometimes I catch y'all lives, but when it be late, like I go in, I
Yeah,
say hi, listening in, and then I just pass out, and then I just catch the rest of it. Or now when I don't catch it, what I do is I just go through the replay and I go in between all of y'all. I don't
yeah.
like
No,
skipping.
it's the same way. It's the same way here because I try to tune in for everybody. Like, see, like last night I wasn't even going. After the music, as I ain't gonna hold you, they really shut the whole page down. I was weak. I said, "Wow." I said,
You know that they blocked my video in certain places. They almost took my video down. I'm sitting here, I'm like, why they keep messing with the video? I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, I'm not putting this on private. Da, da, da. Like a couple of times, I'm sitting here like, what's going on? I kept getting the email. You're going against community lines. Then I'm like, okay, I disputed it. They're like, now is that I gotta my video is blocked in Russia and blocked in a couple other places because I played the
Russia
fake
and
song.
China, Russia and China. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
because
the
I
same thing
played
with
this
me. It's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing with the music. They'll tell you that copywritten music, but I'm like, see, like what got my backup struck down last night was Usher. You don't have to call. I think it was specific songs off of that album in particular that they don't want to play because they let me play my boo and they let me play something else off that album.
That's why I said,
But
I'm like, man, screw that. Y'all can block me in China and Russia, but y'all can't block me here. I found my way around that. We're allowed to, like, I forgot how it was. Somebody had told me how to do it before, but since I
yeah,
didn't really pay attention and I didn't think I needed it, I never,
yeah,
figured it out. There's a copyright claim that you can put down. There's a way you write it down.
mm,
But I still got that copyright towards China and Russia. At least I didn't get the whole video blocked.
yeah, because
It's
that's
a
what got
way.
my thing taken down. You know what? Because I forgot what song had popped. I forgot what song I played, but when I looked at it and I seen it popped up saying we detected copywritten music, I forgot what song I played. They said it could get interrupted, so I'm like, all right, bet. Now it still was going through that whole time, and then the minute I played that song, everybody getting in the groove. And she said, "Well, as soon as I see James and somebody else say, well, damn, fun police." And then I seen the whole thing just went to zero like how it did. I said, "Oh no, they didn't. They knocked the whole thing down."
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm like, but it's all good. I said, but it's sad because they focusing on
And
the wrong thing.
one of the videos that I had put up for I think one of the coach videos that I had put up, one of the medias put a claim on it. I'm saying here, I'm like, wait, out of all the videos you give me a claim? What the fuck? They wanted me to delete. No, I have a right to this video. Like you got my copy claim and my little, my little what is it? My little thing that I got up. Like, listen,
Yeah,
I have a right
disclaimer.
to, I already have a disclaimer written down. I just copy and paste that, John.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. They try to make it seem like, and that's the thing. They try to make it seem like is freedom of speech, but then the same token, you don't want that truthful speech.
I have
And
a
this
right
is
to give my
why.
commentary though. It's a commentary video. Y'all can't make me delete that video. No. Y'all have a right to go over the music, yes. But like I said right here, y'all can't tell me to put the video down because I have a right to my freedom of speech. Like exactly, it's all there. Like I have a little thing written down that somebody helped me with.
Yeah, you
Because it's
know,
like you're going against my I think you're going against is you have to put the copyright claim section on the copyright claim 107 whatever blah blah blah, and then you have to write like a little nice little sentence and well written at that for them to actually take you serious. That's why I'm like saying y'all can go and hit me for the music, but y'all can't hit me for the video. And then that was on a public place. It's on Google at that. It
they always doing
didn't say
some
nothing
peanut
about no
butter and jelly
license.
things.
It didn't say nothing about I couldn't use it. So nope. Put my video right back up.
Yeah, they always trying to give some peanut butter and jelly BS. Even like I told somebody, if this wasn't no real, events going on right now in the world, you wouldn't even really possibly care. But my thing is, y'all picking and choosing y'all battles. See, that's why I put that disclaimer up again. And I'm not editing
Because
nothing either because I
I
honestly
was to
don't care.
put if I was to put a beef video up, y'all would sit here and put my video out there and not even put a copy clean strike or nothing. If I was speaking vulgar as shit, I'm sorry to say it because I curse. I'm not gonna sit here, but I don't really. How can I say it? Go overboard because the F word and the shit word to me, I'm like, okay, it's not that bad. I just gotta stop. I'm gonna put
Yeah.
some more hot sauce in my mouth, which that doesn't work. I'm gonna try to soak this time.
Nah, but see, sometimes you're gonna have to keep it raw and uncut because it's again, it's your freedom of speech. Like I told somebody, you can't tell me what to feel or how to feel or even we not doing those. So I remember somebody was trying to do that one day. Oh, but I said, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me as a man how to fucking react to this situation when this is a topic or a situation that burns me up. Period.
Yeah, but
Because
see, I calm myself down because, like I said in the beginning, I used to fucking really go off on people because you're not gonna sit here and make me feel like that. Like I'm sitting here, I'm in my feelings. I'm not in my feelings. Where am I bringing up my past, comparing it to this situation? I'm giving y'all my honest opinion, and I'm cutting this shit down the line. And y'all can't get mad at me if I feel as though that pedophiles should be, to me they should be, let's make it 10 feet, 10 feet underground. Fuck the 6 feet.
right.
But that's my personal opinion. That don't mean that I'm going to go out here and grab a gun and kill every pedophile out there. I just believe they deserve the death penalty because they're going to come right back out and do the same shit again.
Exactly. See, and, and this is another thing that we touched on. And this is something that I brought up too to a degree. There's just some things that once you cross that line, there's no coming back from that. See, words is words, but when you actually put actions into motion, you know what the fuck you're doing. I can say,
Exactly.
a prime example. I could say, like I told people, I'm raw and uncut. I might say something funny out my mouth. I might even say something of a nature that even you'd be like, damn, it's like that. Yeah, but most people will laugh at me because they be like, this nigga's a whole fool right here. Like, so there's a difference. Like, they know the tone. If it ain't nothing serious, if they know I'm not serious, if they even get the laugh, they like, yeah, this damn fool. I'm not even listening. Go on about your business. Like, but this is what it is. It's all
Uh,
about knowing the people. And words, ain't shit. It's about actions.
words ain't, but my daughter don't like me cursing. That's the only reason. So other than
That's a
that, I would
difference.
have still been, being the way I was when I first started. I saying this, and if I felt like a female was a B, I would call her a B. Like it's like that's what you are. You're not a woman to me. I don't care what you say. Oh, but you're a female saying that women should be together. Yeah, women should be together. But here's one thing. I've been through the bullshit before. I've seen people get arrested wrongfully, and men at that. Then at that, I got two boys. What I look like, and it's not just because I got two boys. I got a daughter too. I don't want her doing that shit to men and getting slapped around or ended up fighting men in all her fucking life because she thinks it's the right thing to do. Is my whole
Exactly.
point. Like she's a whole female. And at the end of the day, like, yes, we could as women, if we, work out and do what we gotta do, we could beat a man. Or we could whoop his ass, yes. But it's not by strength like we think, like a man could. It's by strategy and reality, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So like a lot of people be like, oh no, I'm strong as shit. I'm like, I used to think that too. Until a nigga showed me that you're not stronger than me. Let me lift you up and leave you hanging by two fingers. That
Oh, he
shit
gave you
knocked
this
me up.
shit.
I'm so fucking serious. Left me with my shirt hanging on my face and my chest, and my chest was out there. Everybody, I'm like, why would you do that? He's like, you fucking with me. He like, you lucky I ain't whoop your ass. I don't beat women, so I had to do that to show you that you can't always whoop a nigga's ass because you strong and you got this and you got this much strength, or you could pick up this many weights.
Facts.
I was like, oh shit. I'm like, all
It
right,
was
you got that.
a life lesson. Yeah,
We
because
best
some
friends.
people don't go through that.
We best
Nah,
friends
but
now. We got
yeah.
a whole daughter.
Shoot. Nah, but the thing is, you know,
That shit was
build a
crazy. That
bond.
taught me a lesson though. Like, no, bitch, you can't beat every nigga out here. That's what
Yeah,
I thought that day. I was like, what the fuck? First person, first man in my life, because I used to fight. I'm like, man, you ain't beating me. You'll be the first nigga to beat me. Boom. Yep, there you go. Tasting your own medicine. First man that beat you. Yep, exactly. You got it right.
see, with me, I never went along with anything as far as I ain't the toughest nigga in the world, but I ain't no punk neither. But I've always been one of those. I always expect the unexpected. I don't sleep on nobody, but they shouldn't sleep on me neither. That was the whole
Like I
thing.
told people,
But
I
I
was
just, I
really
did me.
what you call it? Rebellious, I think it is that you used to call it. Because like I
Yeah,
told people, listen, there's a history with me. I grew up just this. That's the big difference. I grew up because, like I told you, I used to hate men, and when they used to do stupid shit, I used to just lash out in a stupid way because I used to think like, oh no, there's something that you want. Because like, why are you acting like this? Like, fuck, nah, screw it. And if they put their hand on me, whether it was just touching my shoulder, I reacted in a messed up way. But that was my PTSD at the same time, messing with.
yeah,
So it took a minute like for me to get the grip. Not every man is the same way. Like I tell a lot of women, like you're going by emotions right there. So I understand why a lot of people used to tell me, yo, you're reacting on emotions. You got to get it together. Like not everybody deserves that behavior you're giving them, that affection you're giving them, because some people are really trying to help out. I'm like, no, there's a catch to it. There's a catch to it. Everybody that tries to help me out, they want something. And that's because growing up, like I told you, grown ass men looking at you, trying to touch you, trying to get something from you, or trying to give you money, for sex and stuff like that, that made you feel like not every woman is like that. Yeah, there's women out here that would sell themselves, but come on, not everybody's like that. So for men to think like that, I used to, and then I couldn't go and turn directly to a woman because I thought that women were traitors, and I was a woman, crazy and fucked up, right?
not really that fucked up because again, your story, again, you got people who have probably had the same situations or similar situations to your story, because, that's the sad part about it. Again, why a lot of you parents going to have to get in the court is because, you know, you don't want to mess around and mess up their mentality, period. Definitely don't
Hmm.
want to mess up their future well being either, and if there's things going on, like you said earlier, but that's something everybody should be focusing on. That was like with me. I knew it was something wrong with my god kids even before the parents knew something. If I knew something was wrong, hold on, let's address this. What's going on? You know, but that's
And
how you got to be.
listen, there's nothing wrong with that. You know what their godfather is now? Their godfather now is stepdaddy.
Mm,
I'm honest about that because the reason what that is, this man, like I just recently took him, like like we went through the skipping stages of dating, all that. We've known each other for 13 years. He's like, yo, I want to be with you. I was like, you know something? Instead of me getting in a relationship with somebody else, let me work it. Let us try it. Why not give it a chance? But before I try it with somebody else that'll sit here and harm my kids, you've been a father to these kids for 13 years. Why not?
facts.
Why not? 13 years, you bought them clothes, you fed them, you treated them nice. You listen, you didn't ask to be in my bed, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. The only time that we made our mistake was when we did what we did and I got pregnant with my daughter. And after that, you still respected me. So why not? That's what a real gentleman should be.
Yeah, because guess what? There are some people that, you know, I know some people who, regardless to what, even if they moving on in a different shade or whatever, they still are together and bonded together because they are worried about the well-being of the kids regardless, because guess what, it's not an easy task. And I can say that it's not an easy task for a man nor no woman, because you got some single fathers out there that are doing it on their own too, but then it's not an
Hmm.
easy thing,
Yeah, but
especially
listen,
when
a
you
lot,
know you can't have too many people around
a
your kid.
lot of people gave me a lot of lashback because of that, right? Oh,
Mm,
his past is blah blah blah. You can't let him raise your boys, blah blah blah. You need to think about it twice. I'm like, listen, I ain't worried about his past. One, two, that's my best friend. Like, man, I was his little black diary. Like, I don't know what the hell he did in his past. Like, he told me everything. Like I know who he went out with, who he dated, what he's done when he was doing what he was doing when I was, when my baby pops was locked up and he was still helping me. Like he didn't sit here and say, "Yo, can I tap that in return?" No. Like he was so respectful. Like when we did what we did, it was just out of the heat of a moment. My baby pops was already there for years, and boom, it just happened.
Yeah.
Like it
Nah, but
wasn't meant. Like we wasn't looking for it. It happened. Like boom, and she's here.
mm, yeah, but see,
So
that's the thing. Sometimes it happens, and if it's a strong connection anyway, like you said, y'all been friends forever, so sometimes it be like that, But it's just
exactly 33. I met him when I was 21. My son, my baby was 1 years old, and his dad just passed away.
yeah,
No, his dad passed away a year later. He had just came home from jail. My bad. I was mixing everything up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
no, 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 you
Like
good.
it's crazy. So, like I told you, well, like I said in my live yesterday, my son didn't get to meet his dad, and all because my sister was mad because he rejected her. She did to him what she did to every other guy, and to me, like y'all gotta sit here and realize that when us women do that to men that are willing to be in their kids' lives and are willing not to mess up their relationship, it fucks up the kids' head up a lot. Like I couldn't sit here and lie to my son as he got older when he wanted to know the truth about what happened to his dad. Like he was
Yeah,
lashing out in a way that I didn't know what to do until his godfather said, "You have to tell him the truth. You have to. You can't keep waiting because somebody else is going to tell him something else, and you're going to lose your son to these streets."
exactly.
And I was like, "What the fuck?" I was caught in between a nail and a wall. So I was like, that taught me right there that these kids do need a man that could talk to them in a way that a woman cannot.
Yeah, and that's what
And
I'm saying. It's like both.
I wasn't gonna let any man raise them, so let him raise them and keep helping me raising them. Why not?
Yeah, because when it's a situation like that, guess what? And this is where some people make the common mistake. But you got some people who ain't gonna make that mistake because if they've been, the best thing to do is be with somebody that you know and that you have a common bond with. Because you got
Hmm.
some people that should be surprised that if think outside of just the lust factor and everything else. If everything is cool, you know what it is. Like I got, and that's the thing. I told somebody, I said, listen, I said I got like at least three people I can say on my hand to this day that if I know anything was to happen, I know what it would be. But then again, I'm not, I'm a free flower, so everything stays in accordance.
Yeah,
Because when you have a bond with people like that, especially when you being yourself and you're not causing no type of harm or danger, what else could you possibly want? Who don't
that's
want a nigga
exactly
that's gonna have their stomach hurting like this motherfucker here? I hate you. I love you, but I hate you. What's wrong with you?
right. Like, and then when we argue, it's like we could talk because we was already best friends. Like I tell everybody, look, listen, y'all want to be miserable, go ahead. Like I'm not just gonna sit here, oh, but Ray, look, this person want to be with you. Oh, Ray, you make a man. Look, listen, why don't you try them? They so good, they so intelligent, they so this, they so that. Then you give it a chance. The fuck?
Let them
You want
find
it
the
so
heart.
bad? Try it. If it's that good, try it. Like I don't want to try it. I'm good. I don't got time for no new people in my life. Like I'm trying to get me together and do what I gotta do. Like if people come into my life, it's because it's meant to, not because I'm looking for something. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
wrong for that, but that's how I feel. I'm too grown to keep playing these kid games. I'm a grown ass woman with 3 kids to try to sit here and look for niggas every weekend or try to sit here and fuck Tom, Dick, and Harry. Nah, what the hell am my daughter gonna be seeing?
exactly. See, and this is why I opened this panel tonight because again, you know, what you were speaking about yesterday was almost the same thing I was speaking about Saturday as far as, definitely trying to be in accordance with the kids and trying to make the best changes. And even if you want to have them in these establishments, everything needs to be revamped. And it does start from home, and it also starts within the community too. And the village has to come back together. So
Exactly.
that's why I
How would
opened
you
the
react,
panel.
Nate, if you was a father and you had, whether it was a daughter or a son, and something like, has been happening in these schools was to happen to your daughter or to your son?
Facts.
Because you're a godfather, so I know you'll give me, listen, I want people to understand that a godfather It's no different from a father. A godfather replaces the parents, or the godmother replaces the parents when the parents are not there no more. They build that bond when the parents are alive too. Like, come on. So I
Yeah,
know that they got to sit here and then feel some type of emotion towards their god kids, like a father type of emotion, the same way the father does.
yeah. See, now I could be honest with you. I'm kind of the stern major pain godfather, but I'm still loving to a degree. I'm gonna be a fool when it comes to certain situations. That's only because I'm supposed to be like that because I come from the struggle to a degree. I might have been in a good situation, but I still come from the all in all struggles of the everyday life and the everyday changes that go with life. And again, some people, you got to understand that.
Yep.
My god kids know what it is. Like, sure, there's times when I know I was stuck with them. Ah, shoot, come on, we going to the park. That was even like that with my cousins. Like when my cousins was born, I was the same way. Ah, come on, we going out.
Yep.
So it's like you always going to be in accordance. You want to try
Listen,
to give them the best possible option.
I've had a lot of females come at me and they'd be like, "Yo, I've noticed that you take up a lot more for men than what you do for women." I'm like, "That's not true." Because in reality, I take up for a lot of women, especially for what I fight for. But what you got to sit here and realize is that I've seen so many men get fucked over that I stopped fighting them. I'm not going to keep going against the good men and letting the bad men keep sliding. Like, y'all not making this make sense no more. Like, when I was mad at the world, it made a whole lot of sense because it was me against the fucking world in my head, and I said, fuck the world.
Yeah.
But as I got older and I started seeing like my baby pops, the first, my kids, first, my older kids, father, then my daughter's father. Like I started seeing, I was like, yo, they're not all really bad. And then he started showing me the world. Both these two men showed me the world. I didn't know the world until they came into my life. I
And
didn't
that
know the
was,
world. And if I would have went by my friends, I wouldn't be standing here with you today talking.
and see, that was the blessings from the higher up anyway. Because again, you want to put people in your life regardless. Whether it's for a long time or it's for a short season. Because I had one person, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, my first, I'm not gonna lie. I think about it, I had kids when I was um on point to have kids. They would have probably been the same way like me to a degree, or they would have been inspiring to be like me because I stand 10 toes when it comes to certain things. And the knowledge and everything else, that's the main important thing, you know. And you got to be on point with everything. You got to definitely be on point in accordance. But I think about it,
Yeah.
Adam, crazy man. Listen, they'd be like, "Yeah, I better get used to my pops." Like you better get used to him. He gonna be raw and uncut, but he gonna be giving you some real facts that you need to hit. You know,
And it's a fact. We got to get it together too. Like a lot of these parents too. Like I noticed. Listen, my kids god sister's getting picked on in school, right?
mm,
So yesterday, just was it yesterday? Friday, I think it was. I say yesterday. Um, wasn't yesterday Monday? We are on Tuesday, right? I forgot what day we on.
nah, we still in Monday. We ain't
Okay,
it
yeah,
feel like it's
no, not
Labor
Tuesday.
Day.
Listen, I only took a 1 hour nap today or yesterday, whatever. But it was Friday when she was in school when I had picked her up.
Mm.
Her mom had to go to the school today, and she had a whole argument with the school and the principal because she was the man in the meeting, blah 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 blah. Mind you, Friday she was her daughter was in school. That was at the cafeteria, right? Her daughter got to carry her phone and her little fanny pack because she's diabetic. So her meter is connected to her phone, which is connected to that little thing that's connected to her body. That little I forgot what it's called, but it's a little thing that she has. It's like a little thing that she sticks to her stomach or her arm.
Oh, the
There,
EpiPen, the
yes,
EpiPen, or the yeah.
no, it stays in her arm. It looks like a little clip.
Oh, okay, okay. It's like I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I forgot the name of
Yeah,
it, but I know
so
what
it
you're talking about.
stays on there, right? So she has to, regardless of anything, she has to have that phone on her. So some type of altercation happened. This little girl, I guess her phone went missing or they took her phone from her. I don't know what happened. My goddaughter was sitting there eating, blah, blah, blah. The little girl approaches her talking about, oh, that's my phone. My phone has a sticker on it. She said, this is not your phone. I got my phone. Is in my fanny pack, blah, 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 blah. So the little girl calls the other girl over and tells her, yo, we're going to jump this little girl. She went and stole my phone. My goddaughter was like, yo, I didn't take nobody's phone. Look, this is my phone. I don't got to lie. I don't steal. I ain't got to steal from nobody. The little girl went and fucking punched her right in the temple right here where she had a whole hickey when she came home. So she's
Wow.
telling us the story. And yo, as she's telling the story, my best friend, my kid's godmom, her mom is getting pissed off and more angry because now it's too late to make it to the school. So she's telling us and she's like, yo, what if her sugars would have dropped? Because she's diabetic and her sugars was already dropping. But my whole thing is you just punched her in the temple and she could have gone unconscious or whatever because her sugars was dropped. And what if they would have dropped more? And she would have passed out right there and went in a diabetic coma. All because of
Right.
that one little hit. She had a nice little hickey on the side of her temple, right? Like it reached to her eye and her little vein popped out. So this morning she went there arguing, blah, 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 blah. Mind you, they had closed the office to try to keep it private because the school was getting filled up. They made her go all the way up to the third floor to speak to somebody because the principal wasn't there yet. And told her that they was gonna try to get back with her. I'm like, the same shit that happened with my son is gonna start happening to you. And we was all telling her, I'm like, that school right there either's gotta get shut down, one, or they need the people gotta stand up in the community because I'm like, my by myself, I can't do it. I'm like, everybody's gonna have to stand up in the community so that we can get different staff in there. Because after what happened with my son, all they did was change the staff, and all they got in there is nothing but kids that had just graduated high school.
Crazy.
I'm sitting here, I'm like, this shit has gotten worse. The bullying ain't gonna stop.
Bullying ain't gonna stop because again, some of these parents are not being parents, and then again, you know, I feel like certain things need to be put in place. Like I said, accountability definitely has to be put
Yeah.
into place, even when it comes to the kids. And a lot of
Mhm.
times, the things switched up because I found out a couple of schools now, like especially out here, they don't do like how they used to do. They used to let the parents really be. If the parents felt anything, they would come up, even if
Not anymore.
even if they didn't sit in the class. Let me sit outside and make sure my kid is, let me see how everything is happening. Let me see the interactions. Because then again, when you're getting a clear view of what's going on. See, my mom's was smart. Sometimes my moms would pop up and I didn't even know she was in it, but she never came into class. She would literally be outside watching everything. So she knew certain things, what it was and what it wasn't.
Yeah.
That's why sometimes before I even came home or before I even really got to do anything homework wise, well, so what's going on over there? I see you look like you was ready to like you be like, wait, what you talking about? It threw you off. Like, what you mean? I seen what happened earlier. You look like you was ready to hit him with the chair. Like, what happened? But
Facts.
that's how it used to be. A parent is literally gonna know when something is wrong with their child. And that's
Yeah.
how it needs to be back. And even if it's not the parent, somebody in the community is going to know when there's something going on with a child. So they got to be on point and in accordance. Got to come together, period.
Yeah. And then back then we also had a lot of teachers that we still got some of them, but we don't really got them no more. I don't know if age matters or is making a difference or the change that's going on in the schools and stuff like that. But I know
Yeah.
that back then a lot of these teachers used to make a bond with the parents. See,
Yeah, because they
my
parents
mom never
themselves.
chose. My mom chose not to go to the school because she was lazy. Like at
Mm.
times she did, and at times she didn't. Like I'm not gonna sit here and lie about that shit. My mom really got lazy. She's like, I'm not going over there. Like da da da. I'm like, yo, listen, I didn't really need help in math. Like, come to turn out, I'm dyslexic in math. Now that I did the GED and stuff, I've gotten so much better. And if I would have known that I would have known that that could have gotten fixed when I was a teenager, when I was having some problems in high school, which made me want to say fuck school because y'all was failing me over a math class. So
Yeah, I'm
I
telling
got
you.
straight A's, F's in math. And I learned that if you don't pass that math class, you don't pass on. Now they just pass the kids like nothing.
Yeah, because that no child left behind because they know something. But see, you know what it is? Some of them just gave up as far as, and this is what I want to stress too. That's why I got to put this back up here too. And this goes against, well, it don't go against nothing, but I'm just gonna put it up there anyway. The best way for the kids to learn and the best way for the kids to feel safe is if everybody that knows for a fact they can help teach in any way, shape, or form puts their time and effort into it. And again, there are some schools that have changed as far as they used to let the people come up to the schools, check up on check the establishment, so on and so forth. Majority of them don't do it no more because a lot of things, like you said the other day, it's truthfulness. It's a union still, but they done switched up the rules. And if you go against protocol, guess what? You could possibly lose your job. But you're gonna have to have people that's still in accordance as far as look, we don't give a damn about that shit. The minute we see something wrong, we gonna call it out. Especially this is dealing with kids. And see, back in the day, the bond was truthful because some of these teachers was parents themselves, and they was also, at some point going through some sort of little struggle. They might not have presented it out, but even still, and this is where it gets sad because again, these kids need to be held accountable just like the parents need to be held accountable because nobody should be picked on because some people are going to be a little awkward, a little offbeat. But that don't mean you're supposed to look down on them or even treat them a different way, period. And it's sad when the kids are getting bullied. It's sad when people are getting bullied, period. Got to break that cycle right there. Because if you don't, guess what? It's going to continue to happen.
And that's some facts right there. But people don't think like that, and I don't know why. I see a lot of people think like that, but others, I don't know what's up with a lot of these parents, to be honest.
They know what it is too, and I can tell you this right now. Some of them are scared because the way the system is being implemented. And it's not just the school system to some degree. It's the judicial, and then on top of that, it's just come on now. There's no way you're going to tell me somebody going to tell you how to raise your kid or discipline your kid. The way that system is set up, it's like they got it more set up for the kids. Some of these kids actually, because they feel the type of way, that's they escape ticket right there. Let me call these people on them, and that's why I stressed it Saturday about some of them. Don't put your parents in a situation when they trying to do the best for you. Now it's a difference if you really are going through abuse and neglect, and you really are, fearful of everything. Then you do what you got to do. And they made it to where the kid can sit there and just call just because they feel a type of way. Because you didn't go with a certain narrative. Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna go higher up and I'm gonna do this. And I've seen it happen too. And then sometimes not even the kids. You got grown ass people that do dumb shit like call ACS and falsify information. I feel that needs to stop too. I'm telling you, this hole could go as big and deep as possible. But before I even go deep and
You're not
possible,
lying. Listen, I've seen women out here on the same community sit here and fight with their baby pops, right? The man not
yeah,
doing nothing, and then women ask me why I defend men. I'm like, I don't defend all men. I just defend the men that are in the right. Like, and they got proof that they're right. Because like I've seen this shit happen. Like this female walk out in public and start scratching her face and her hands and her arms, start screaming, "Oh yo, he hit me, he beat me." I'm like, yo, she literally went as far as to hit her head in the car. Like she just made her like she just cut her head, bumping her head. I'm like, she shout out. She'll come and just throw herself on the floor. 911. This motherfucker, da, 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 da. If you don't send somebody out here, I'ma kill him. I'm saying, I'm like, what the fuck?
yeah, and that's the crazy part because again, it goes back to what Word and like me and a few other people said. You just gotta be mindful of the people that you're dealing with and that you really wanna build with because again, that's gonna be a problem because some people ain't fully there in their mind, and you know that. But it's sad because again, some people are only thinking about the lust factor. You can't think about lust. You got to think more about trust and what this person is possibly going to bring for your future. You know, and it's crazy because you got some people that they'll do stuff like that. It's a tricky bag when it comes to that. Wait a minute, I see a couple more people popped in. Loyalty, what's going on, sis? I see you, Sky Swipe. I see y'all all in here. Wait a minute. Let me fake reset the room like this clubhouse. If you just tuned in, you already know hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, like, share, comment, and subscribe. Again, my special guest on the panel, Riders for Life, your shorty Rachael, definitely was bringing this topic. Shout out to Tay. I don't know what happened to Tay, but you know, these are topics that's going to be brought regardless, and everybody's going to have something to bring to the forefront one way or another. And this is awareness that need to be brought out there. But we got to do it because regardless to what, let me tell you this: the one thing that's guaranteed in life is procreation and death, right? I can say that. They always just try to say is the only thing that's guaranteed in life is death. No, it's not. You're going to also have life. That's guaranteed because that cycle of life never stops. For every one death, there's a birth happening. And I believe in that notion because I've seen some nights where it's like, you done heard some bad news about somebody passing away, probably two people passed away that and then you hear the next day or two, the hell? You're going to get that. So, got to be in accordance with everything. Oh, no, you good, Tay. I didn't know what happened because I forgot about the last comment. Damn, I forgot about the last comment. You did say you was on the phone. But, these are the things that you're going to have to do because, again, they are going to be in the future forefronts. And why not give them the knowledge and the safety and also build them up and let them be their own individual person? Like I was talking about earlier, some parents are even forcing situations on kids that you be like, wait a minute. It seems like you trying to live through them. No, you're supposed to be giving them the knowledge. You're also supposed to be making sure that they are going to be their own individual person. They can't be a carbon copy of you. That's where some people get it twisted again. And you gotta come together as a community when you see certain things that ain't right. Again, these kids do get affected. And it doesn't matter what spectrum, any type of trauma happens to them, and nobody is either taken into consideration to give them help or even try to, help alleviate some of that pain and stress. Guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna lash out in many different ways. Some for the good, some for the bad. But that bad lash out is the worst lash out.
And that's some facts right now. I'm gonna switch devices real quick.
No doubt. I always felt that way too. When you have a clear visual on what's going on, you can possibly stop something from being worse. But you got to stand 10 toes on that. I got you. Yeah, I got you. You got to be in accordance to that, because again, the village and the community has to come together. Tired of seeing the kids slip through the cracks and having to deal with the real traumas that they shouldn't really have to deal with. And again, they are supposed to be the future. So again, we're supposed to be doing the best things possible, setting the best examples, but letting people be them. And we also got to give that clearance to those other ones because, you're not going to sit here and tell somebody they got to suck it up. You're not going to, like with Angel's situation yesterday. And that's why I was saying it's sad that some people get into these professions and their heart is not in it. Now, if your heart is not into really trying to deal with people, then you shouldn't be on these forefronts, especially when you helping dealing with situations of that magnitude. And I'm going to say this again. If you're in the profession, like prime example, if you are a psychologist and you helping rape victims and everybody else deal with certain traumas, there's no way you're gonna tell somebody all in all to get over it, or just you're not even gonna act like you care. Because if you didn't care, you wouldn't be in that profession. And don't say you was just there because it's a good profession, it's good money. Because this is not a money situation. These is people that really need help. And think about the fucking people in your family. Because if it happens to them, what happens then? Oh, I'll wait on that one.
You said that perfectly. Like you speaking facts right now. And like I don't get tired of saying it. It starts with home. Hold on one second.
Yeah, it's a whole definite. It does start from home. And even when it starts from home, when these kids go out in the world, they still gotta know what's going on. And we know some people just ain't gonna be the best examples, but again, everybody plays their role to a degree.
That's true. Like we can't keep expecting everybody's like the teachers this. Like, listen, I've heard plenty of people, and it's crazy. I haven't heard a man say it yet, but I've heard plenty of women, especially moms. Oh, my daughter's idol, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B. Who's the other chick? Megan Thee Stallion. I could just keep going down. I'm like, why y'all letting them? Shouldn't you be your daughter's idol? Why is you letting your daughter think or believe that her idol should be the celebrity? And y'all wonder why y'all daughters. But you know what? At the end of the day, y'all sitting here listening and promoting the music to y'all kids and on porches twerking and doing this and doing that. And y'all wonder why the incidents in school are happening. And yet y'all want the government to help.
Yeah, you giving them that you giving them that generalization basically because these kids are not sexual toys and none of this other stuff. And that's why I kept this copyright up. Because it does go into, one thing I spoke about. You know, the only thing that's different now, like yeah, we could blame music to a degree, but it's really what the hell we put in the music. And there's some people who are not being listened to that are actually speaking on some truths or just giving you a good story. They are living what they living. Some rappers ain't on that. Some rappers and some R&B singers ain't on trying to prove to the world that they tough or whatever the case is. Some of them are living according like J. Cole. That's a humble nigga right there. I didn't see this nigga in the city at one point. He a humble nigga. Like he a regular humble nigga. Like he's nice. I fucks with J. Cole. I fucks with a lot of the music and all of that because guess what? It's a message being sent regardless. You know, and
Not
it's
all music is bad, but like I tell people, is how you. It's like how can I say it? It's like certain steps. Like when they're at a certain age, it's not them that stops listening to the music that they really like listening to. I think in a way we implement our music into them. Like I've seen certain moms out here, and then once those moms put them at a certain age listening to that music, like because I listen to my music. Yes, you see where I'm coming from,
yeah,
but I listen to certain music in front of my kids. I'm not gonna sit here and be a hypocrite to them. I don't want you listening to certain shit, so I'm not gonna sit here and put certain shit in front of you. So if I want to sit here and listen to my reggaeton, I listen to that alone. I make sure they sleep. I put the music on low for me, and
yeah,
when I'm cleaning, I make sure that they're up there with their headphones on. Then I put my music on, my little reggaeton. They don't really understand the Spanish like that, but I don't really listen to rap like that. I'm not really into the rap. I've told people like one thing is like, unless the rap got a message, I don't really listen to it. Cause I'm not with the. I think the only one that I've listened to that really gets out of pocket sometimes is Kevin Gates. I'm not gonna lie. Let me take that back. But
I'm about to say,
I,
this disclaimers are.
yeah, no, let me take that back. But my whole point is, I don't really listen to rap music like that, like everybody else does. Like I just started learning about Lil Uzi and all of them. That's because they did a feature with Dej Loaf.
Oh, no, but
That's
see,
when I learned of them.
yeah, but see,
So it's
you
kind of
gotta
like,
understand.
and I don't even like him. People be like, "Oh, you don't like Lil Uzi and them?" No, I don't like them. I don't like Young Thug. I don't like none of them. None. You
Okay.
could like, you could bring me back a little bit of the old school shit. Yeah, I'm with y'all. I could listen to all that. But no, I'm not into the new rap at all. People get
I
mad
would
at me because
say
I'm not. Listen, I had three families get mad at me because I don't listen to 6ix9ine, and their daughters was listening. Listen, their daughters was listening to 6ix9ine, and my daughter came in here. I'm like, yo, why are you singing that? Oh, my friend was no. If I ever hear you singing any of the babble jabble bullshit he's singing, I'm you losing all your teeth. But mom, they're mom, did you, we both stuttering. Nah, it's not like, oh, but I'll let my kid. There's nothing wrong with 6ix9ine. I'm like, you hear the stupid shit he's saying?
facts. Yeah, but I don't pay that no mind. I don't really listen to it. I didn't even listen to. I'm gonna be honest with you. Look at my face. I didn't even listen to. I was hearing it, but I didn't listen to it like per se. Like you never seen my one of those songs on my phone because he wasn't playing a bunch of nothing. You know.
Now
And
I be
see,
cracking up when
I'm gonna
females be
say,
like, you listen to this. I listen to certain music, but you don't catch me listening. I'm not into Cardi B. I'm not into Nicki Minaj. I could say that out of the oldest rappers that sing kind of, crazy is Trina. But I don't put Trina to my daughter. I'll sit here and listen to old school when my daughter is right next to me. Now, when my kid's not here, I put on my music. They're not around me. So I could sit here and listen to certain music that'll sit here and curse and say this and say that. So
yeah,
at the end of the day, I was like, yo, y'all can't get mad at me because I'm raising my daughter the right way. She's really still into kids' music. Let them listen to the kids' music. Why I want to sit here and want to input this into her head when she's not even ready for it? She don't know half of the stuff that they're saying in the songs. And then when they start repeating the word bitch, we're mad at them. When they start repeating the word motherfucker, they mad at them. When they start saying, oh, we gonna get high as a kite and do all this, we get mad at them.
yeah,
Like, look, a lot of kids really took that phrase that Lil Wayne was saying for a while serious, getting high on skates. I'm like, what was it, getting high on skates while he was fucking a bitch or some shit like that?
yeah,
I'm sitting here, I'm like, go ahead and try it. Stupid.
yeah. Because it's all about what you present. But see, you have some rappers, like I said, they even if it's a slight personal or some slight cursing, they are actually speaking. Like I said, I don't listen to people that I can't really resonate with. Like
Exactly.
I can't resonate with some of the like. Look, some of the lists you just said, those are the more like newer. But see, that's sad because some of them came in either around the same time, like Cole and Kendrick came in, but you giving them that leeway.
No, I'm
And
more
you
into
understand?
Eve and stuff like that. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
really like I do listen to Eminem. Everybody gets me at that. Like, oh, but you love Eminem. I'm like, I don't know what is it about Eminem. But I still listen to him. I don't know why. I'm like, don't judge me for that one. Don't blame me for that one either.
no, you know what it is though. People get it twisted because at the end of the day, hip hop and rap is always supposed to have been about lyrics. You know, hip hop was more about just we was talking about the all in all struggles, and it progressed the rap because you know now you bringing that other image into it now, and you've been some of them glorify it, some of them don't glorify it. Some people just they do what they do, you know. But all in all, like I can respect the humble rappers like a Kendrick, like some of the younger ones that did come in around that time frame. Is not too many I can say it offhand, like Big Sean, a few of them. Even if it doesn't matter what they are rapping about, you can actually understand something, and they actually are going how it's supposed to go. You're supposed to
Yeah.
have a beat, a flow, and you got to resonate with the people. And some people can't resonate with you; they can't even understand what the hell you're saying.
That's some facts right there, though. Like I told you, I've had a lot of problems with a lot of people. I'm like, listen, you can go that way and I can stay right here because there's no way in hell you gonna get me to change my mind on how I do shit in my household. Like if I don't want my daughter listening to certain shit, you can't get mad at me. You wanna let your kids listen to that? Go ahead. Then you deal with your consequences on your end. But she knows the consequences on her end. You got me
Yeah,
like I can't sit here. I'm like I can't do it. Like I can't make my daughter a target. I can't do what half these females do out here. Put on all this rap shit and sit here and dance with my daughter. on social media or off social media, because now I'm doing this in public with my daughter. She's not just a target here in the hood in the community, because you never know who's lurking. Now she's a
Yeah.
target here on social media. So if I'm
Right.
going to present my daughter on social media, I'm gonna make sure that my daughter's presentable. I don't care how y'all think. Oh, she's still no, yeah. She's supposed to look the way she's supposed to look. I don't care what you think. Like, let her keep thinking that what's her favorite Vampirina and all that stuff is the best shows on the world. And YouTube, them little shows that she be watching with them little kids and stuff like that. Let her keep thinking that's the best thing.
Yeah, because kids are supposed to be kids. And see, that's why I said, when they young and impressionable, oh shoot. I don't know what happened, Rachel, but I'm gonna drop the link back for you again. What the hell just hold on.
This is some weird.
What the hell happened?
I don't know. I ended up backstage again.
I don't know why the hell that happened. I, that's crazy. But all in all, it, this is a good topic of conversation, you know, and it has to be awareness to, because see, I'm from the era where, I watched like most of us, we watched music change. I would say mid 2000s was where it kind of got a little left for me because it was a little bit of everything coming out. But then like this era now, of course the norm for them, and sorry to say it, the norm for them is the lean and the pills and so on and so forth. But if you ain't talking about nothing outside of that, they ain't gonna promote it. And that's the sad part about it. Again, it's about what you bring. You got people that bring lyrics and they do what they do regardless. So, it's not about trying to, damage or hurt the kids or even the people. A lot of them are just speaking their truths. A lot of them are actually just, resonating with the people because there are things going on right now.
Facts. Yeah, and there's one thing. Listen, you as a woman, you could sit here and show whatever you want on social media. Like, if it gets to your kid, there's consequences to it. But one thing is, wanted to sit here and show a bikini, and another thing is how these females is doing it nowadays, that they're to the point where they're taking everything off. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I can't even let my daughter like sit here and watch a Facebook post near me. Like, I don't let her go on Facebook. I don't let her go on Instagram, especially Instagram. And like, why you don't like Instagram? I'm like, look, I have a social media because I have a business. I sell shirts and stuff like that. When I have free time and I feel like it in reality, because it got to that point now, because I'm trying to get myself together. But at the end of the day, I don't let them get on social media. My son doesn't like Instagram. My daughter wants to get TikTok, but I'm sitting here, I'm like, nah. If I let you get on TikTok, it'll be because we have a shared page and we're doing TikTok videos together, like mother and daughter, and I'm observing everything that's happening. Other than that, she can't. Oh, but go ahead and let her and do da da da. I got my son. I don't care what your kid has. I'm not leaving her alone on no social media platform, because I've
Not
seen what happens. I'm like, I've seen the videos where these females are sitting here and they taking their clothes off on Facebook or Instagram, especially on Instagram. It's nothing but Thoughtsville on Instagram to me. But there's some positive. It used to be positive. Instagram's not positive no more. It
a
used
lot
to
of these
be.
platforms, a lot of these platforms, because it got corrupted. Because guess what? You know, what better way to poison and damage the minds by just showing that? Oh, you get just like the video you showed yesterday. It was true because he said it from a different perspective. TikTok is mostly supposed to be, or at least in China, the TikTok ain't used for what it's used for here. It's more for if you're doing something academically, if you showing progression, changes, so on and so forth. We know that part. But when it comes to here, the most that's getting promoted is, you know, fuck shit. Excuse me for saying it like that. It is. Everything from violence to, generalization of sex, even towards the kids, so on and so forth. That's what's being presented. And it's crazy because some of y'all would realize like, all right, I gotta break this pattern. If I'm gonna do something on here, especially if it's with my child, I gotta make sure everything is in accordance. Even when it come down to gaming, you gotta just be mindful of that.
Yep, and I used to listen to a lot of old heads, and a lot of people around me used to say, "Oh, hey, you crazy? You don't know what you're talking about." They'd be like, "Listen, if you don't discipline your child now, like, there's a difference between discipline and abuse. If you don't get on your child right now, you're gonna regret it. Oh, da 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 da. Oh yeah, you're gonna tell that. Come back and tell me that when your child's walking all over you and you got social services on your door." Everybody used to be like, what, boom. Even parents, like some of our parents. I'm not saying all, because I don't know if people been through the same thing, but I've seen a lot of people talk like that. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, you know what? I get it now. Growing up, I heard it. Now that I'm older, I hear a lot more people talking on it, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, damn, like they wasn't lying. Them old heads was not crazy when we was growing up. Half the shit they spoke is happening right now in front of our faces. I don't know if a lot of people sleep, and if they sleep, well, guess what? They need to stay in bed. I don't get tired of saying that shit. Because it's kind of crazy how these people are making sense now. Oh, don't listen to him. He ain't nothing but a bum, a crackhead in the corner.
Yeah, but see, they make sense now. Some of them, regardless of what they making sense, because they've been there. And again, we're supposed to be complimenting to each other because at the end of the day, look at it. We give the knowledge. They supposed to give us knowledge too, because guess what? There are things that we don't know about that they know about. So again, we gotta come together all in all, and we gotta have an open ear regardless. And some of these people hate to be looked at as crazy, especially if they
Yeah.
saying something that's logical. You might not understand it, but at some point you will understand it.
Yeah, we need to wake up. They're gonna use our kids against us, and we're not even seeing it. It's already there. Look at how they're using the child sex change stuff like that, and now the schools are getting sued for that because they're putting that in our kids' heads and stuff like that. Like, come on, like people are waking up a little too late. Like people are waking up when it's like when the terror or the tragedy is right there knocking at their door, saying let me in," and you just let them in. Like, here, I'll welcome you into my home.
But
Like, it's okay. I was warned. Even when American Horror Story told me, I ain't believe it. I was just thinking that was some fictional crazy story where people were acting crazy and disgusting. I can't see that show because it's crazy. I'm like, yo, that shit spoke a lot of truth. I was saying that shit the other day to somebody. They was like, yo, I couldn't get through the American Horror Story. I was like, listen, man, I'm a horror freak. I love watching horror shit. So I was like, I made it through. So you can't tell me shit. I made it through and they were speaking facts. I'm like, I see why they want to get the show off air.
Yeah, I think I did.
that's a whole fact right there. See, Flatty, look, I just spoke that same thing, and that's another reason why it's going to be a problem because some of them are just reliving it. Like, and I told somebody that shit too one day. I said, if you wasn't fortunate to have your childhood, you know, the most you can do is still move forward. You can still have fun, but you still got to remember you have a responsibility now. So that trying to
Fact.
like that being irresponsible and being out there like you can't do that, especially if you already got kids looking up.
Let me ask you this. I don't know much about it and I'm just learning. I'm just reading into it, so I don't really speak on it on my channel and I haven't spoken on it because I'm just doing my research about it.
Yeah,
You know they bringing back that Jim Crow law?
yeah. I was hearing things about that,
Yeah, but
but
certain states already got it. They trying to pass it in more states. I think they already passed it through one state, something like that. And now they're trying to pass it through other states. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, why y'all really trying to? I'm not sure if it's Ohio or something like that. I don't think it's Ohio. It's somewhere around there. I'm not sure. But I know that there's a state that already passed it or some shit like that. And now they're trying to pass it through other states. I think Missouri is one of them.
and this is something that
And
look. And this is something that everybody gonna have to do research on and definitely start like being vocal about because again, see, y'all focusing on the wrong things and there's a lot of different things being put
yeah,
into
there's
place.
a video on TikTok of some senator trying to bring back lynching. I'm saying, I'm like, yo, these are these meetings that they don't show us. I'm like, how the fuck they leak these Jones out?
Nah, but you'd be surprised. There's some people that actually, once they really see what's really going on, like most people, yeah, I'm not going to sit there and not tell you the truth, you know. And some people, like what the guy said about it was a video I watched yesterday. It was actually a short, but he was basically saying how the school system is and what it's designed for, so on and so forth. That's why I was waiting. We put this back up again. But he was basically saying what the school system is built for, so on and so forth, and how most of this stuff has not changed since, and it's mostly the education is basically it's still a form of slavery if you want to be technical because it's just more advanced. You're sending them to school for 8 hours out the day, if they even getting 8 hours, 9 out of 10, just to mess around when they get older, they going doing the same thing.
I think I know what
So,
video you was talking about. They have an extended version where they were saying that kind of like the school systems ain't no different from the prisons.
DJ.
Kids graduate, end up in prisons, or before they graduate, they in the prison system already.
yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Even when it came down to, some of this is more slavery anyway, even from back in the day. So, it just, like I watched another video where the guy was saying, you working, he said you going to school from 9 to 5 just to end up working in life from 9 to 5 and only have the weekends off. He says the same way with school. You got to go to school Monday through Friday, and then you get older and work a job Monday through Friday. You know, it's
That's
crazy.
true. It's like you see how I said it yesterday on my thing. I was like, yo, see, since the United States and TikTok are at war, them videos TikTok used to censor, they ain't not censoring them no more. These videos have been up for months. People thought they was gonna get their video deleted. No, they even posting up more and more and more and more and more, and they just keep coming out. I'm saying here, I was like, this shit is crazy, and I said it already. I'm like, they using our kids. Like they know what the hell they doing. How can they bring war? How can they? How can I say? How can they? How can they beat somebody? Like this shit is just crazy.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that people need to be more aware. They definitely need to be in accordance with that because again, this affects everybody one way or another. And instead of y'all worried about the who's doing this and who's doing that and who's beefing with who and who's like, fuck all that shit. Worry about the things that you need to worry about. Because again, there are things changing and under your eye. And stop falling for the distraction. That distraction is what's also blocking a lot of us, period. Still focus on the minor things. We got to
DJ.
focus on the major things,
Perp
especially
funny as
Stop.
since
hell.
things change.
She said, "Hell no,
It's not
real.
that big of a deal.
I'm too mature and self-respected to be in any type of relationship with a grown man child. No soup for you."
Nah, it's the truth.
But
You know,
see, that's why I
it got
like
to
the
be
way
that
she
way.
thinks. Because a lot of these females out here want to be dating these little kids that don't even know how to wipe their ass right. And not just the women, the men too want to be dating little young girls that don't know how to wipe their ass right, don't even know how to use a pad right.
Facts.
I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this world? It's like we're going backwards. And what's more crazy is like I was saying yesterday, if you was to ask somebody the statistics of how many, you know, how many teachers or how many staff members in the school system have gotten arrested. Imagine if 369 school staff members between principals, counselors, teachers, coaches, and stuff like that got arrested for having sexual intercourse with minors, their students, and stuff like that. How many got arrested in 2023 and we just started the year? And you see that YouTube, Instagram, Google, all these apps is flooded with nothing but teachers getting arrested since 2023 started for having intercourse with kids from grades K through 12.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You gotta look at the statistics. See, some people are not doing the research, and you need to do the research because this is going to affect everything in the future. And again, you're supposed to be thinking about the safety and the protection of the kid, and also the education and the awareness for the kid.
Exactly. Everybody like, oh, we won't fight for what? We ain't gonna accomplish nothing. Yeah, if we come together, we gotta accomplish something. But y'all too scared to speak up. We got kids speaking up for us, and y'all should be ashamed. Like a lot of grown ass people should be ashamed that we got kids out here in these meetings trying to speak up. If these kids could speak up for the school system, I think they would, but they can't. So they speaking up for what they know, what they gonna get hurt for.
Exactly.
What else can they do? I can't blame them.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a village and a community regardless. Got to come together, and this is why I had this convo tonight because I definitely wanted this awareness out, and topics like this will definitely continue to happen. At some point, change will be made. So
It will. It's just a lot of people. People ain't gonna start opening their eyes, like I said, until tragedy knocks at their door and they let it in, and they realize that what they just made fun of, or they just said fuck, or it doesn't concern me. It's gonna feel like, because at the end of the day, like I've heard so many people say, "Oh, it wasn't my kid. I ain't gotta worry about it." Da 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 da. A week later, a month later, sometimes a year later, you hear them saying, "Damn, man, I regret saying this. I regret saying that. Cause look, now it's my child." Exactly. Karma never hits you. Karma always hits those that you really care the most about. And the key word is the most about.
facts. And it's good to bring in topics like this because again, when I drop open panels and stuff, I don't drop it just because you know. Oh, I drop it because if I know it's certain topics that I know people can speak on, they're gonna speak on them. And it's good to bring awareness on all accounts. I try to do open panels as much as possible. I know some people ain't panel people, and some people, they just like to sit back and enjoy the conversation. Some people be busy, and I can understand that. But see, when I tell people it's an open panel discussion, a lot of times I do drop the link. But when it comes to these type of topics, I wanted people definitely to be in the chorus, and I definitely shout out Tay for that, and I definitely shout out you because again, this was a co-collective right here because both everything we were speaking about over the weekend came into fruition. So
Facts, and I try to keep up with everybody on the panel. It's just that shit. I got myself caught up in a lot of stuff this year, and I'm trying to keep it like accomplish each and every one of the goals from getting my diploma to trying to keep a job and trying to keep my business up to trying to take care of the kids and not overmouth myself again. So it's like, and I'm still trying to wait and figure out what's going to happen with Cali because I'm still waiting for them to finish with the paperwork and all that stuff that they was doing with my brother so that I can get his ashes back over here. Because like I said before, like I wanted to bury him, but that's like I'm gonna just do a little viewing and hold him until I'm able to open up my mom where my mom is buried at and just put his little ashes right next to her where they're supposed to be at because they both wanted to be with each other. At least I'm keeping my word like that.
and that's what's up.
And that's what matters.
Yeah, you honor him like you're supposed to do. Supposed to honor family. You know,
We and him was close. Like people don't get that part. Like I have another sister that I'm close to, and my other brother. The only one I'm not close to is the one that did what she did to me because I felt as though like, what is wrong with you? Like that was my kids you hurt. You ain't really hurt me because love come and goes sometimes. Like I don't know how to say, if I'm saying that right. Like
yeah,
if if he was to leave me or if me and him wasn't to work it out, somebody could always walk in his life later on in the future. Somebody could always, if it was never meant to work out, me and him was still friends either way. That was also that was my first best friend, the first person that ever opened up my eyes to a lot of shit. So kind of like I told them like you what you did was you took a piece from my son. That was his best friend. My oldest son and him were best friends, and then to have my youngest son feel till this day like he's missing something, and what he's missing, and he says it. I want to get to know my dad, but I can't. My oldest one says every day I want to speak to him, but I can't. I'm like, do y'all know what y'all took from him? But you want me to sit here and be okay? I'm like, no, you didn't hurt me. Because I don't know what could have happened between me and him ever in the future because it's too late now. He's not here. He hasn't been here for the past 7 years. I mean, it's been longer, 8 years.
And this is what I'm saying. It's good to bring these type of awarenesses because there's always somebody that's going through something similar and see,
Yeah,
have to
and,
bring that. And these type of
and,
topics are going to continue to happen. Yeah, because you got some people who are really stuck in their ways. Like you got some people that are alive. Like I sat there and talked about in one live. I said some of you people are going to have to really vet out who you being around because some people will sit there and lie because they ain't get their way. And that's a sad notion to think. And condolences to you and the fam and everything again, because I remember you were saying that too. And I respect that you respect your family's wishes like you're supposed to. I
yeah,
know
that's what
it's
I
not.
want. Like I told people, look, listen, me and my mom may have not looked eye to eye, but it wasn't always like that. I gotta say, she tried to be a mom. She just didn't know how to be a mom, and me as a child didn't understand that that woman didn't know how to be a mom because of her past. She tried. Like there was times where my mom tried to give me love and affection, but when the situation happened with her husband and what he did to me, everything changed. My mom's whole demeanor changed. It's like boom. And then to top it off, none of us knew that she was battling cancer in the brain either, which I found out when she was passing away that she had 3 tumors by that time, by the age of 53.
Yeah, and that's crazy. And that's why I was saying, this story inspired a lot of people. That's why it's always good. Like, I do good with people. I do like to bring awarenesses out, because everybody's coming from different tracks. You know,
Yeah.
we do inspire people. Like we all inspiring people. I think the people that came here and come together as a collective, one way or another, you're bringing awareness and you're supporting realness. You know, and again, prayers and condolences. And then healing prayers again because regardless to what, certain things in life, once it's a traumatic thing, depending on how it is, it can it can have a long lasting effect, and then it could be that courage and motivation that you need a lot of times to notice that, regardless to what happens, not everybody is on the court like that. Not everybody thinks along those lines, you know, and it's
Yeah.
crazy. Got to be
And
aware.
that's another fact because I also see me going to back to school and getting this diploma, showing my kids that regardless of anything, you still want to further educate yourself. Like I don't just go by what the school is telling me and stuff like that because I'm just doing it because I need that diploma. But I've already been started re-educating myself, like I told people, because growing up I was confused. My mom was raising me one way, people was telling me other things. I didn't know what was happening to me because I was never really talked to. So it was kind of like I thought I was to blame. I don't know, people like I thought that what was happening was always my fault, and I had people tell me when they figured out what was happening to me, and they was trying to help me, like stop blaming yourself because it's not your fault. You're your child. Like this wasn't supposed to happen to you, but things happen for a reason. Like when I tell people that I did things that to the point where I'm not supposed to be here, because when you cut your main veins on your wrist, and I still got the scars to prove that shit. And like you really cut that joint to the point where that shit squirting like is a waterfall. You're not supposed to be here. Especially as long as it took for them to take me to the hospital because I really wanted to just kill myself and not be here no more. I really thought it was gonna end, and I wake up a week later in a hospital bed. I'm like, what the hell? I seen this shit happen in a movie, and the girl actually took her life, and I'm here. Like I cried and I cried. They put me in a mental ward, and they was like, what was going on? Boom, boom. That was the first time I ever opened up and I said my story, and my mom was like, boom. I'm sitting here. I'm like, you're supposed to take my. Mommy.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. See, these type of situations do happen, and I've spoken about situations like that because you never know what's really going on. Hence why I said it always takes a community. And then when you see that there's certain things going on, you as the community
My
is
bad.
really
That was
just
my
supposed
daughter.
to. No, no, you do. But that story right there is like so many other stories.
Yeah, and
You
it
know,
took me years to talk
Stop
about
being
it.
honest.
I didn't speak on to about the story until I was 27, 28 when I posted up on YouTube. I think it was probably 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. So no, maybe when I was 29, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm probably mixing up the years. It don't even matter, but it was a couple years back.
Yeah,
But
but
either
see,
way, it took me forever. It took me around the same time that I spoke on social media was when a lot of people around me was that found out. Only a few knew. A handful of people only knew. The ones that I really trusted until this day are still around me. We call them A1s.
yeah, everybody damn ones.
Yep, they still right here. My
Yeah,
kid's godmother is one of them. The one that was talking to Angel yesterday.
yeah, and she was cool too. Shout outs to her. Yeah, and she, like I was saying, I like that because at first I got confused. I thought you was actually playing a video for a second, but then like I said, everybody has a different story. But at the end of the day, it's good to see that some people have taken that straight and turned their life around and waking up to the reality that not everybody is on evil time.
Is it?
And sometimes you're gonna get dealt a shitty hand, but that don't necessarily mean you have to always have it that way. And again, as a community, you're supposed to know what's going on with kids. If something is
Yeah.
going on at home, you still got to bring awareness. You still got to find out what's going on. And if you feel something shady going on, you got to intervene and stop it, regardless to what. That's how community usually happens. How you going to be able to protect the kids and keep them in balance if this is the type of things that happen? And again, see your story. There's stories like that have happened. And this is why I built this platform because there are different ways to try to build and try to make changes one way or another. And there's people like you that do bring inspiration. Everybody brings
Let's.
inspiration one way or another.
My daughter every day asks me what's her name, right, and what's the meaning of it, right. And I
Uh,
always say the story of why I gave her the name that I gave her. When I first heard the name Samin, I thought it was
yeah,
a boy's name, which I wasn't wrong. Is a unisex name. Is a
yeah.
I think it's Muslim name, Arabic name if I'm not mistaken. Muslim, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, something like that. But I was looking, I was like, yo, I was watching a show, and I tell them the story all the time. I was watching a show called Person of Interest that with Taraji J. I can't never say her name. Taraji J. Penson, I think it is.
Roger
Taraji,
P.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep fucking
Yeah,
her
I know what
last
you're
name
talking
up.
about that show.
Um,
Yeah.
well, she was in it, but there was this assassin in the show, and I was like, yo, she was cool as shit. I was like, yo, I would sit here and I was like, the reason I gave her that name because the assassin's name was Samin, and she was so like she was so cool with everything that she did in the show. And I'm like, I'm sitting here and I did my research. I'm like, every time they say her name, Samin, I was like, I wonder like if I could use that for my daughter, but how would I put that name on her, right? And I was like, yo, but literally as I was trying to figure out if I could put that name, I was like, I would picture my daughter being an assassin on some real shit and just killing all the predators since I couldn't do it. I'm like, everybody like, you bullshit. I'm like, I'm not bullshitting. I just wanted my daughter to be an assassin just like her. I'm like, but that's a dream. That's nothing but, in your head you're just thinking. I'm like, yo, like I just really love the show and I love the name. Like I don't know what it was with the name, but it just kept calling me. And when I looked it up and I'm like, yo, for a girl, when you put it on a girl, it means precious, beautiful. And I was like, you know what? Samina Mira, beautiful princess,
That's what's up.
precious princess. So I'm like, it's always a meaning to something. Cause she's like, what's the story behind my name? I'm like, that's the actual story. I'm like, while I was pregnant of you, I pictured you as an assassin, just like that character on the show. And she's like, you want me to be an assassin and kill everybody in the world? I was like, no, no, not in reality.
At least
But
you
I'm
broke
like,
it
it
down
was
for
just me, it was just me thinking. I was like, I want to be an assassin too. I just wanted to chop people, all the bad guys' heads off.
her. But you did the
I
right
could
thing,
just
though.
picture us together doing it.
But you did the right thing by breaking it down.
Yeah,
Because
so I gave her the
sometimes they're gonna
meaning and
want to know
everything.
what their meaning is. They're gonna want to know what their meaning of the name is. Like, why you name me this? Like, and then sometimes it's always something
And
behind
then
that.
I got
It's
a
always a
tattoo
story.
of a fairy on my arm with her name on it with a butterfly. I'm like, when people see my videos, they might see it sometimes when I do go on live. But and she was like, why do I have it like that? I was like, because when I was little, I used to watch Thumbelina, and I love fairies. And I'm like, I picture you. I'm like, it's just the name. I'm like, you as a precious princess. And to me, out of all the princesses, I prefer for you to be a little fairy. So it's like so it's like this. I tell her, I'm like, there's always a meaning to every, like, to certain people, a lot of people, there's a meaning to every name when they name their kids. I'm like, I chose that for you.
And see, that's a good thing. Everybody has a, everybody has a meaning to their name, regardless, even if it's the common name. But that's a unique name too. And at least you explained it to her, and she understands what it is.
Yeah, shit, people confuse her name with Samir. I was like, no, it's not Samir, it's Sameen. Add an SA to the word mean, like she is very mean. I wanted to teach her a little bit. I'm like, and I let her know. I'm like, you got a Muslim name. You got a I had to look it up again. I think it is a Muslim name. Yeah, but I'm saying it wrong though, because I was taught the proper name. It's not Muslim.
It's Islamic. I
Yeah,
know.
there you go. There you go. I just couldn't get the I never get the word out right. Sorry, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm learning all that from the Quran to the Bible and all that stuff, and I'm teaching it to them too. What I want to get is that Old Testament that one of my old heads got, but she will not let that shit go. That shit is taped up and everything. And she says none of these new Bibles got what's in here.
Oh, I know. I think I spoke about that the other day too. About one of my neighbors got the well, not all the books that's missing, but most of some of the books that's important, especially that's supposed to be in this version of the Bibles that they printing out, they ain't in there. So that's why I'm like, when people get the general knowledge, and if some people do got that general knowledge and that original, you better get to studying and doing something. I'm telling you this right now.
What's your
'Cause
real name, Perp?
I'm surprised she ain't hit the link, but I know she cleaning and doing whatever. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Let me see, son. This. Oh, it's lunchtime. What you eating over there, Perp? I'm being nosy and greedy. She eating over there, Perp.
I gotta tell Perp to find me a kangaroo. I fall in love with kangaroos. I just found out too that they only live in Australia, so you gotta ship me one.
She got to send one this way.
Yup. I'm about to get all the money. I'm about to do a donation, a GoFundMe to get some kangaroos. You gotta make sure you send the boxing gloves with them too. All babies. We gotta raise them.
Mom.
Because I ain't getting punched by one either.
Mommy.
Yo, I seen one punch of some guy on a video that my daughter was watching. That nigga flew across the damn grass or whatever the land that he was in. I'm saying, I'm like, yo, that nigga went up and went that way. I was like, what the fuck? They really do make motherfuckers fly. They ain't need no damn Red Bull.
Well, no, but you forgot about the one. You forgot about the one when the guy was getting his dog because the kangaroo had the only kung fu grip on the dog, and the other dog was scared to try to approach the situation. The guy came and threw the boxing stance up and snuffed fire out that kangaroo. That kangaroo let go of the dog and looked confused like he wanted to fight, but then he was like, "Yo, did he really just snuff me hard? Oh shoot!"
I knew about kangaroos growing up, but I ain't pay them no damn mind. Like, I was into cats and dogs, and now that I'm older, I don't want a cat because they like leave your clothes all messed up and shit. But I still like them. But I'm more into dogs. They're more loyal. Cats want to leave your house and be all freaky and shit. Come back all pregnant the next day.
She said, "I'll send you a kangaroo." You gotta send us
But
both a kangaroo, man. Come on, stop playing with me, perp.
Nate gonna need like 1,000 of them Jones, real shit, because he want to start a war. Fuck 1,000, he need a zillion.
I'm like, oh, so you want to talk about mothers? Get him, Joey.
No man, I'm really learning about kangaroos though with my daughter. I'm cracking the fuck up. I was like, can I get one? I'm like, let me look. I'm like, can you buy a kangaroo in Philly? Nope, only in Australia. I was cracking the fuck up. I was like, I gotta talk to Burp.
No, but that's the truth. I don't know why they got a thing against dogs though.
Like, you want a kangaroo in Philadelphia, you have to go to the zoo. I was cracking the fuck up. I'm like, I don't want to see one. I want to own one.
Yeah, you better have somewhere in the outback to have one.
I have yards. Listen, they can live in the yard. I have yards. I don't want no apartments. Listen, I got kids. I learned living in an apartment is not the best way to go. Especially when you always living at the bottom part. And there's someone upstairs. You want to get them to sleep. You never going to get them to go to sleep because there's someone always making noise upstairs. I've never lived in a second floor. I always lived in first floor apartments. So
Yeah, I
I'm
don't know
like,
why they got that shit.
when I got my first house, I said I'm never going back to an apartment. I'm gonna try to own my own house. Screw that.
Nah, that's crazy though. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know why they got this thing for dogs though. And I've seen that because it's not the first time I've seen a kangaroo like really like. Wait a minute. Are you you fucking with me? Come here, man. But that's because you gotta look at it. Dogs by nature, a lot of them are going to be nosy. They're going to be weary too. But they if they around their owners, they're going to also protect like they supposed to. Kangaroos more on the lines like, nigga, I don't care. I will still bust you upside your head, nigga. My kick alone gonna hurt you. What you gonna do? Like,
Yeah, that's some real shit. Dogs is loyal as shit. I got two pit bulls, a red nose and a blue nose, right? And I think it was 3 years back. I had somebody come over to my house with somebody, right? And they got real disrespectful. I was like, you know what? You gotta get the fuck out of my house. And I was trying to keep it calm because I had the kids right there, and then the dogs was acting stupid. I'm sitting here, I'm like, how the fuck I get this person out that's being very hard headed without me laying my hands on them and fucking them up, right? And my two pit bulls, by the time, like, listen, I got frustrated. I had to put my hands on this person. So just to let's put it like that, right? So she kept pushing back, and I'm like, yo, get the fuck out my house before I beat you the fuck down in this bitch. She's like, I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying in here. I was like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're a guest in this house. So as we going, boom, 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 I'll make it to the door, right? As I'm trying to open the door, the worst thing that I could do was get from behind her, because she was in front of me as I'm pushing, right? But when I got to the side, I don't know if the dogs was waiting for me to move, but listen, when all I know is that she's like, I'm gonna call the cops. I was like, go ahead, call the cops. The dogs, both of them, one bit her on the leg, the other one bit her on the ankles. I'm saying, I was like, yo, let go, let go, let go, let go. I'm thinking, I'm like, what the fuck? This nigga's gonna tear her fucking leg the fuck up. So she's like, I'm calling the cops. When we finally got her out and the dog's off her fucking ankle, he left a fucking good gap in the bottom of her fucking ankle. She was limping and blood gushing out the back of her ankle. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do, but I'm like, she looked for it. Like, it shouldn't have gotten to the point where you don't live here, you're a guest, and if I'm telling you to get the fuck out because you're disrespectful and what you're doing, I don't want to around my kids, get the fuck out. Because some people don't want to sit here and put their hands on somebody, because I'm not, how can I say it? I'll fight if I have to. I'll be honest with people like that. Like, listen, it's not that I don't know how to fight. I was, listen, I was, how can I say it? I did wrestling when I was in high school before I stopped going. And then I got into my, mixed martial arts. So, I'm not into boxing. I don't like boxing. I don't practice boxing, but my thing is the mixed martial arts. So if somebody's going to say, come on, let's fight, I'm not boxing your ass. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to fucking do everything else and don't get mad at me. There's no holds bar on this situation. Don't offer and, you know, yourself in a situation where you know you're not going to get out of here. And then I'm a female at that.
I headbutt people. I know.
So this chick gonna say here, I'm calling the cops. I'm like, you know what, bitch? I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Go ahead, call the cops. Let me do you a favor. I'm gonna do you one better. 911. Yo, listen, man, I had this chick up in my crib. She ain't want to leave. Blah, 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 blah. I had to wrestle her down to the floor. She was trying to box me in my house, and she was. I'm like, bitch, I'm not boxing you. One, I don't know how to box, so I don't give a fuck. But I know how to dodge. And I sure know how to fucking wrestle and mix martial arts. And my best bet is getting you on the floor because you big as shit. Because she was a fat chick. Like I would say 5'5" and big. I would say 300 pounds, probably more, almost 400. I'm fucking 4'11" and I weigh 125 fucking pounds. Yeah, I'm wrestling you. I'm not boxing you. I'm not taking a fucking hit by mistake. I'm not stupid. But the whole point was I was cracking the fuck up, right? Because she in her car waiting for the cops. I already had called the cops. Both my dogs got shots, and I got papers for them. What you just did was called trespassing. Because once you kick somebody out and they don't leave and they try to keep coming back, and a dog bites them, the dog has every right to protect their owner. And she was salty as shit that she had to leave when the cops came. They're not putting my dog down because they bit you. They've got papers. I don't know how they do it in any other state, but when you got papers and you got everything that you need for these dogs and they protect the house, you're fucked, not me. If my dog sat here and decided to tear you up and leave you limbless, that's your fault, not mine. You want to sit here and get smart in somebody's house when they got 2 pit bulls. That's why I'm like, people don't know how to act around certain people, and it's like when they want to test somebody, they don't know how to react. Like they get shocked when people react back. Like, no, just because I'm quiet, I'm calm, and I'm collective doesn't mean that I'm not going to react back, or it doesn't mean that I'm scared, I'm shy, and I won't fight. I just don't like fighting. I'm not a fighter.
Yeah. Some people are non-confrontational, and some people for the better. Some people, you're gonna have to be confrontational regardless. But then when the dog is doing what they're supposed to be doing, it is the truth. Your dog is gonna protect you. Like you see, my dog is a punk to a degree, but I kind of do believe if there is some sort of danger, his ass might actually be. And see, he does do some sort of protecting, even though he get annoyed with that barking at the door shit. But,
it's true though. Like, that's why I don't brag about shit.
At least I know when the feds coming. He be like, "Oh, nigga, what happened?" But that's their natural order anyway, is to protect anyway. And especially if it's their own, they going to do what they going to do.
Exactly, and people think they can get away with certain shit because they see certain people like they're certain sizes and stuff. I'm like, listen, man, I may be fucking little as shit, but I feel like Shaquille O'Neal today. I'll be serious on that shit because it's like people want to pick on the quietest ones. Like one time it took for one lady to disrespect me, right? She called me a bitch. I'm like, I'm not a bitch. And she started going off. I was like, you know what? You ain't nothing but a motherfucking 2-cent hoe. She said, I'm a what? Da-da-da. She tried to swing at me. My pit tried to go towards her. My sister held back the pit. And then me and her went at it on the floor. I'm like, you mad because I called you a 2-cent hoe? Was you really a 2-cent hoe? The fuck? You're not going to disrespect me though in front of my kids though. That's not what you're going to do.
You did the right thing though.
I was cracking the fuck up. I'm like, how you get mad for being called the 2-cent hoe though? Mommy? You gonna swing at me for getting what? You swung first, remember that. I was like, I ain't boxing you. But we both landing on this floor somehow and I'm whooping your ass. I don't give a fuck. It is always the tall ones that want to pick with the little ones. I'm like, now I'm older now. I didn't get picked on in high school, but I'm getting picked on now. Ain't that some shit? Now that I got kids, you won't fuck with me.
For me, it was the opposite. Being how I was always the runt of every school I was in coming up. That's why I said 4th grade, my mom's hated me. I swear. And some people laughed. They was like, your mom's really hated you that year because you was really. But it was just because it was like, look, some things I just wasn't having. And you wasn't going to pick on the one thinking that you was, all right, I'm going to bust you to the white meat if I have to. And sometimes I didn't do certain things only because I said, I know I'm going to end up getting blamed regardless. So I'm a fake play the game. But it wasn't having it. It still ain't having it now. Play a game if you want to. Might get your neck broke. And I don't always choose violence. Sometimes.
But that's some real shit. Listen, my baby pops don't hit females, right? But there was this altercation where we was defending this young girl because this chick was tripping. Like I told you, like this young boy was just had just turned 17, right? Got mixed up, got mixed up with a Tatiana in the block, right? So they was, fighting back and forth. He just came home from work. I mean, from school. I'm tripping over here. You hear what I'm saying? From fucking jail at just 17 for the same problem that you're causing right now, a whole altercation. Because you sat here while him outside, you're complaining because he's out working. He's doing this. He's 17, going to school and working, doing what he's got to do. You should be proud of him. He's on your top every day talking about, babe, you should go to school. You should do this. Let's do this together. I'm going to help you. I got you. Right? But instead, you end up in a whole fight with him because why? He found text messages on your phone from another dude. This is what you're doing while he's working. And this is a young boy. And you are 16, he's 17. I'm sitting here like, so the last time she did this, mind you, young boy just came home from work. And from work. I keep saying fucking work. From jail. And everybody was like, yo, don't go back in, get away from her, she's toxic. He's like, yo, but she's telling me that's my baby. Like, look, listen, you just because she got a baby don't mean you gotta be with her. Man up and take responsibility and do you, but get away from her before it gets worse. Mind you, everybody was trying to get him from going back into that house. As soon as he goes into that house, bullshit starts. It's to the point where they end up outside. We separate them, right? And we're telling her like, yo, stop. Because if he wanted to, he could really hurt you. He's really trying to be easy on you. All he's doing is pushing you, blah, blah, blah. So I'm trying to calm the little girl down. Yo, when I tell you that they have him pushed over here, holding him back because he was about to start really swinging on the chick. And I was like, he lost his patience right there. Because once the chick put her hands on him, he was about to go boom. And my thing is, I'm telling the shorty, like, listen, he's a young boy at the end of the day, a young man. He's not a grown ass man, and the way you're provoking him, he still don't have the how can I say, the capacity or the patience yet to hold back. So, shorty got mad and started cursing me out. Tell me why she started swinging. I said, yo, you're a minor. I just want to hit you so bad. I walked away. And when I walked away, she put her hand on my shoulders. And as I was going to turn back she swung again. I'm like, yo, you's a fucking minor right now. What the fuck do I do? You know what I did? I gripped her up when she was going to throw that other punch. I blocked it. I held her hand. And like I said before, I wrestled. I put her on the floor and put her on the lock. She couldn't get out the lock. Tell me why all 10 of her female friends came in and I was in the middle of it. When they was all about to start swinging, my baby pop comes in. As he was trying to separate, it was too many of them. He ends up swinging. And when he swung at 10 bitches, including me. I'm sorry, that was the first time I ever cracked up. I'm like, I'm not a bitch, but I was like, damn, I thought it was them you was aiming for. I was like, nigga, you dislocated my jaw. How you slept fucking 9 bitches and I'm the 10th one? I wasn't in the crowd. So he was like, I'm so sorry. I was like, but they all ganged up on you and the niggas was coming. I just wanted to break it up. He's like, it's just the way it all happened. And it was true. My baby pops is 6'2" and he weighs 200 and some change. So mind you, the way he came into the crowd, he had to bend down. We was all on the ground. So when he went down, his arm from going up from the air all the way down and try to push them away, he ended up slapping everybody in a row with one hand. I was like, damn, you the first nigga that I seen slap 10 bitches. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, all this commotion and all this bullshit just happened because a little girl couldn't keep, how can I say it, keep faithful to somebody that she was with, all over another boy. So it's like, that's why I'm like, us women need to really, really educate our daughters, like, and it's happening in these schools too. Like, why do you think a lot of these girls are getting into fights in these schools? Why do you think a lot of the bullying is happening? Because I don't know why, for some reason. And if you listen, when you, like, when these kids get out of school and they enter these stores and they enter these Chinese stores, oh, did you see how cute he was? Oh, I'm about to get him. Like, you think you will only hear shit like this in movies, but no, you're hearing 8-year-old, 9-year-olds talking about, I'm gonna take her man, I'm gonna have him by tomorrow. Watch this. Like, So basically, what I'm trying to say is like, how can we expect these little girls to change if the role models that they have is worse than the celebrities?
Facts.
So like the bullying ain't gonna stop unless we put our. It starts from home. Like I'm tired of everybody saying, "Oh no, it's the kids' fault." Yeah, some of these kids could have some blame, but do they have all the blame?
Nope. This is what we show them and what we teach them. Again, so, and that's the same thing with the fellas. That's why I'm saying we complement each other. So,
And that's why I said I was like, this kid could have had a good career ahead of him, but he decided to shack up. And the crazy part is, like, you're the one paying for everything, and you only 17 years old, a good career ahead of you, but landed in jail twice because your girl couldn't stay faithful. These kids can't really keep their anger intact. Like if they can't keep it, I mean, if us as some of us as adults can't keep our anger under control and can't, sometimes say the right shit when we're under the heat of the moment or under pressure, what makes us think that these kids could do it too? If half of us get influenced, what makes us think that these kids don't get influenced? Why do we think that if a teacher says, let's go do this or let's do that, or a teacher sits here and flirts with a kid is not going to respond back, especially if they're not guided right?
facts.
I mean, how many stories have I heard? Nate's story is not the only one. The Word is not the only one where he said, well, I flirted with my teacher when I was back in high school. Da, 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 da. But guess what? It's getting worse from them days. These women are aiming for our babies. They're not just aiming for teenagers that already got some and lost their virginity. They're looking for purity.
Fact. That's something that you gotta be aware of there. So I'm saying panels like this ain't gonna never get the recognition because they feel people ain't supposed to come into accordance and build together. But again, there's things that affects not just one community, it affects us all, period. So you gotta get together. And when it comes to these type of topics, it's gonna always be, it's always gonna be different views and opinions, but the main goal should be protection of the kids. And again, you gotta teach them better.
And because of the way these moms be acting, some of these girls be acting bad. And you could be the best mom. Like, you could be teaching your daughter the best morals. Because I'm teaching my daughter the right stuff, right? But when she goes out here into the community and she plays around with these little girls that are already a little advanced from her,
Yeah,
but she's the same age as them, and comes
yeah,
back like, Mom, I heard this, or tells me something that they did, and I'm saying, like, yo, don't say that again, don't repeat that, and I'm explaining it to you. And I'm saying, like, oh man, I'm gonna have to really break all this down to you very, very early. I wasn't expecting it at this age, but I have no choice.
yeah. You gotta be in the best accordance, and you gotta make sure your kids. And it's sad because it's only because some of the parents now they a little younger, and then the ones that should be have more moral standpoint and more moral sense, they don't really care. It's still about trying to be young, still about trying to be down with the crowd, so on and so forth.
Listen, 2 summers ago, I know my boys are gonna hate me because they're gonna get tired of me. They're not gonna hate me. They're gonna get tired of me one day. But it's my job as a mom. Because listen, 2 summers ago it was a block party, right? And everybody was playing around. I let my son out there and everything, right? But there's
Yeah,
these 5 little girls that are always in a crowd. And some of it's like they range from the ages around 9 and I would say 11, right? My son was around the age, I would say around 9. I think it was around that time, right? Around the youngest crew. But he still was with them. Why they all decide to play, what was it? I forgot what it was. Manhunt and shit like
yeah,
that, right? They was playing it, but their version of Manhunt. So I had 3 phone calls. Yo, you wanna get out from the grill and come and check out what these youngins is doing? They're doing way more than just manhunt. You got to see what they doing in the empty lot and in the alleys. I'm like, what you mean? They like, just get off the grill and come on. I'm off the grill and as I'm walking, um I have one of the old heads walking my son back to me, and I'm like, "What happened?" They was like, "Look, listen, I'm bringing your youngin back before they turn him out." I was like, "What?" I was like, "Before they what?" They're like, "I'm bringing your youngin back before they turn him out." He was like, "Yo, youngin, go back over there and let me talk to your mom." I was like, "What the?" I'm like, "All right." So he's like letting me know. It's like, yo, these little girls is gonna turn your son out. I was like, what you talking about? You know that the boys are having a conversation. It was the group of boys and then it was the group of girls over there. While y'all thinking they playing manhunt, right? The older girls and the older boys, well, the boys was having, how can I say it, a competition. They was having a whole conversation about who had the bigger package. Let's put it like that, right? To impress the girls, right?
Yeah.
So the old head's trying to break this conversation down, trying to make me feel comfortable. So I was like, can we just get to the point? Because you're confusing the shit out of me talking the way you're talking. So he just went straight to the point and went wrong. Cause he's like, fuck it. He was like, listen, the boys were comparing dick sizes in front of the girls. Like, mine's is bigger. Da, da, da. He was like, your son was the only one that was quiet. So the little girl was telling your son that if she pulled his he pulled his you know what out, that she would give him head. I was like, she did what? When I tell you that I grabbed that little girl and I took her to her mom's house, and I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, your daughter's 13. My son's 9. And she's sitting here telling my son that if he pulls down his pants and shows her the size of his penis, she would give him head.
That's crazy.
I was like, if you don't get your daughter in check at this age, offering head for free, me and you gonna have a problem. Look, listen, I'm sorry. I don't know where she got that from. Like, you, it has to be from you. Like, what the fuck? I didn't mean to, but that was almost an altercation that got me and another parent to argue because at the end of the day, like, yo, what is y'all doing with y'all kids?
A lot of them, you be surprised. I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of them be surprised fucking around their kids. And excuse me for saying it like that. That's exactly where some of them are getting it from. But they are literally either in the same room or not too far from there, or like again, some people just don't know how to shut up. You know, this is where they're getting it from. That's why I said the other day, look, Saturday, I was just talking, look, I had everybody here laughing to a degree, but it was sad because I was telling somebody, young boy, I overheard the conversation before I started my live. The young boy was telling him, yo, I think your mom's getting her cheeks clapped last night. I guess the boy had spent the night over. Yo, I heard her get her cheeks clapped last night. I was like, what the hell do you know about kid? I say, yo, the kids say the damnedest things. But then again, it goes back to what you saying and doing around.
Exactly. Like, these moms think it's cute for them to sit here and, fill up the houses. And yes, it does happen for people to be like, oh, that's not true. Listen, if you're in the hood, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. A lot of these females, and I'm not saying all women, I'm saying a lot of these females that got kids, think that it's so cute that when they either get paid or when their baby pops gives them money to wait for the weekend and fill the house up while their kids upstairs, they think their kids are sleeping and they down here listening to music, getting high, drinking, especially during during football season. That shit is the worst time. Kids really get ignored during football season. I've seen that shit. I'm sitting here, I'm like, what the fuck you have kids for?
Big facts, But that's like that with not just football. Don't let it be a boxing event or something else too, because sometimes that's when things can happen too. But it goes to show you. You gotta have, if you know it's certain things that you interested in, okay, the kids are gonna have to be a part of it to some degree. But it depends too on what the event is, because you don't want to subject them to violence and certain other things. But still gotta pay attention, and even if they're not gonna be in your vicinity while you're watching these events, you gotta make sure that they are somewhere safe too, because you don't know
That's a
what.
fact. But half these moms don't be knowing what their kids be doing half the time outside. Half these moms say they think they know their kids, but in reality, if you knew your kid, you would know where they at. Your child would be at least texting you or calling you. That's what the phones are for. Like, I get that they got the internet, they got the games and all that shit. That's just extra. But in reality, like, I've seen so many kids that have the good bond with their parents, like, and they don't get in trouble or none of that shit, or not doing the dumb shit that other kids are doing. They text their parents like, "Mom, I'm here right now." Like, their parents be telling them, "I want you home at a certain time." Boom, 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 boom. That's why said like I mentioned my son earlier. I'm like I'm proud of him because by the age of 18, he says renting his room or apartment. He wants to start living on his own and not depending on me. And I was like, look, listen, this is the first step. This is the first try. I'm not going to say
Exactly.
no to that. I'm like, just because he's autistic and everybody else is saying, oh, you can't do this. No, even the school that he's in is telling him, you can do this. Don't ever let your illness determine who you are. And that's what I like about that private school. Crazy part is that private school's not even here in Philly, it's out in Jersey.
Yeah.
I'm like, you
Yeah.
can't get a private school in Philly that is good. Like, we had to go out of Philly to get a good private school.
That's the crazy part about it.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called the Center of Education. It's right out there in Jersey.
Yeah, I heard about it.
And it's a real good private school. I'm like, and then for it to be, like I'm not trying to be racist, but for it to be a white principal, like the way he does things, I love it. And like he's more on our side, and he defends the urban community a lot. He's like, I grew up in the urban community, so I know everything that happens and everything that's going on. And when he told me that, I was like, oh shit. He's like, I'm actually fighting. Like, I want all this to stop. Like, and I've never seen somebody actually speak the way he has spoken and defend the kids from the urban community. That whether they white, whether they black or Asian, he defends the kids.
Hey, Daddy.
And
She's
that's
small.
the most important thing. And again, like there's certain things that it's not really a racial thing at all. It's more about what's going to happen with these kids because every kid get affected when it comes to those type of situations. You don't know what's going on, and even if you can't ignore everything because again, it does affect everything, including the kids. It does affect the kids. Can't ignore them big. Can't ignore those big facts right there.
Exactly, but I guess a lot of people has fell on their head. They got dropped at birth or something because a lot of moms are forgetting to be moms, and a lot of dads are forgetting that they're dads. And if it's true what the statistics say that ever since the pandemic started, and they did the little shutdown, and the kids had to stay home during that little cyber school period. Supposedly, the statistics came up of how more child abuse, more sex abuse, and all that stuff was happening in the homes, and the social workers wasn't doing their job. Around the pandemic, a lot of social workers was getting arrested because they got called in, and instead of them doing their job and removing the kid from the house where they was being abused, they just ignored their task. So I'm sitting here, I was like, listen, it ain't the system. Like, I get where Nate coming from. I get where the word comes from. The system is not really broken. My baby pop says that a lot, too. It's us.
Yeah, because we gotta come together there's certain things that shouldn't be ignored. And when a child is telling you specific things, or when you see that is certain things that are affecting them, you gotta definitely take heed to it. Because again, they are gonna be the future. They are gonna be on the forefront. And how can they even achieve greater things if they suffer a traumatic experiences? Nobody is giving them a fair chance. We know what we gotta do, and a lot of us just gotta set the example the best way possible. And for older folks, again, you're gonna have to come into accordance too, because again, we all supposed to be, passing down everything from generation to generation. How are we gonna continue to build if we ain't all together?
And that's a fact. That's why I'm so glad that I say yes to my baby pops, because at the end of the day, it's going to be hard for me to find somebody that's real, somebody that actually cares about the community, somebody that actually cares about the kids, somebody that has, changed their ways and has walked these trenches and is actually, how can I say, regardless of his past, it has a good heart. And people go by people's past a lot, and I think I'm saying here, I'm like, people do change. I know that some people stay stuck in the past, but there's a lot of people that, how can I say it, like, don't choose the path that they walk through because they, how can I say, they had no other option. That's the reason why they went through that path. Unlike me, I had options.
Yeah.
See, and it's crazy because if I would have chose the other options that I had, and I wouldn't have took the path that I took, I would have never met him. I would have been choosing wrong men, like my other friends was. Like you heard my son's godmom say here, like she took the wrong path, and it took for her to get pregnant, for her to change and understand where she was going wrong, and she's still struggling with changing. She still has a hard time trying to change. So that's why I tell a lot of people, like, I'm blessed. Yes, I had a horrible past. I don't let my past determine me because it took me a while to understand that I always had people, right? Always had people that had my back, even though I thought I never had it. I always thought that I was alone in this war, in this battle. But come to realize after I had my kids, my first baby pop and now my second baby pop, as you can see, I'm sitting here, I'm like, no, it's not the way that I thought. Like everybody's not the same way. Like the world, yes, is cruel. The world is cold, but there is men out here that do have a good heart and don't sit here and just use women. Don't sit here and hurt women. There is women out here that you can have as a friend that is not going to sit here and betray you, or lie to you, or use you. So that's why I said that I'm blessed. Like I never really knew until I met them that I had people that was guiding me and got taking me to the right direction. I always thought that I was fucking up.
Yeah. And that's another thing that some people gotta get into accordance too. See, that was a good thing I had to put up there, you know. But it's sad because it goes to show you when these type of things are happening and these type of kids are doing things that you know they really ain't even supposed to and that's uncharacteristic. It goes to show you you gotta see what's really going on in their environment because he ain't supposed to be worried about certain things. He's supposed to be worried about just being a kid and having fun and making friends and just being a kid again. Not trying to worry about who pants I'm getting into, who cheeks getting clapped, or who we shouldn't be worried about that. Worry about your well being and your education. All that comes later on.
Facts. And like I tell a lot of people, people don't listen. I had a lot of women tell me, ain't no man determined or telling me how to be. I'm like, listen, I'm not telling you that my baby pops is determining who the hell I am or that he runs me. What I am trying to tell you is that the man taught me how to be a woman. Because before I met him, I was a little girl with babies.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the man runs me. I'm not saying, oh, he's this God I got on a pedestal. What I'm trying to tell y'all is that if y'all give the right man a chance and stop pushing them away, like at one point y'all had me thinking, then maybe y'all would find the right one, like y'all say y'all looking for.
I think you went out.
Oh, you don't hear me?
Your value went out a little bit. You kind of low.
Can you hear me now?
Low. Kind of low.
I wonder what just happened. Hold on. How about now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, it was the mic. I don't know what just happened. But there's some of us, like I tell them, like I'm just blessed, and if it wasn't for him opening my eyes, like I told a lot of people, I was gonna go like you could blame it on the pain that I was going through because I lost the person that I was with for so long that I was used to. But when my baby pops passed away, and I had so many people on my top, especially men flirting and trying to hit on me, and y'all know me for years, that shit was like, and then I had him always picking me up on the side. When I started noticing that, I was like, yo, this is not the first time I've had somebody reach out and try to just give me advice and try to lift me up without wanting something back from me. So I'm like, damn, so it is true what my baby pops used to say. And I'm talking about the one that passed away. It's
Yeah.
me. Like, I was, what you call it, deflating, right? What I was feeling on everybody. I thought that because of what this person did, everybody was going to be the same way. And I guess my anger, everybody got a piece of it. And I
You was
thought that
made through that.
yeah, I thought my cycle was going to, listen, I thought my cycle was going to fucking keep repeating itself. Especially, when I first found out I was going to have a daughter, I was scared. Until he was like, yo, I'm right here. I'm not leaving you. I promise you, like, I know everybody else in your life walked away, but I got you. I got you. Like, no matter what happens between us, I'm your friend first. I'm your best friend. He's like, I got you. So it was like he even like fought hard to make it to the delivery room. It's like it's just crazy. Like he opened up my eyes. Like I would have never thought that somebody would have did half the stuff that he did, but he did it. So it's like not all men are bad. And he taught me that. So it's kind of like not because the history that happened with us, but even before that, like this man took me under his wing when I was 21, and not once flirted with me, not once, like I said before, whatever happened between us happened because it was a heat of a moment, and it was way, 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 way after years after my baby pops passed. As y'all can see, there's an age difference between my kids. I got a 16, a 13, and then now a 6-year-old.
I did it again. Made it up. Look at all that sewage water. No.
I was gonna say Nate left me alone.
Everybody's different. And wait, see, Platty just said something that's truth though. She said something else that's true. You know, and another thing that's another reason why some people go through the things they go through because they being picked on for specific reasons. And again, it also goes to show you gotta be mindful of what you say and do around these kids. Like what she just said right there, it reminds me because it's truth. You got some people that sit here and say, "Oh, if he ain't got this, that, and third, if he ain't packing, or that shouldn't matter when it comes to character." But what she just said right there was truth. I had to put that up there real quick because she just said the Grand Canyon.
But no, but
Platy, you my man's for that one.
that's some facts though. But you know what's crazy though? I don't know if you peeped the Nate and you're a man, but I've heard plenty of men say this. A lot of women worry about the package, like if they could handle a big ass package.
Yeah.
In reality, like a lot of the women that say they can handle a big ass package, even I have heard complain. So I'm sitting here, I was like, what's the point? Y'all worrying about that when at the end of the day, some of y'all can't even take it. Talking what you want this, you want that, but come on.
And that's another thing I gotta do.
And then if the package did matter, why are half these women that are pedophiles, taking it from little kids? They're ripping just the innocence right away from them.
You ain't thinking about that.
At that moment, they're not thinking how big the package is, because that ain't grown. That ain't even fully developed.
Yeah, and that's another thing. That's why I said when it comes to awareness, because again, you'd be surprised what the hell is really going on and what's being, said and done. You got to be in accordance. And sometimes you just got to eliminate those type of situations from the kids. 'Cause again, it's not about what the hell. It's about what this person can offer you in the long run as far as can this person be mentally stable and also financially stable and also just, willing to go the distance to make sure that we raise the proper kids. So
Yeah, but this shit is just getting out of pocket. And I know that as parents and for people that are not parents, like, there's plenty of godfathers out here that are real good. There's plenty of fathers out here that are single and that are better parents than what moms are. Listen, I've had females say, like, you wrong. No, I'm not wrong. Like, you could ask any kid out here who they prefer sometimes, and it's daddy over mommy. But in a lot of situations, it's because mommy's being a bitch. So, like, you got to really look at it. Like, don't sit here and tell me that I'm wrong when this is what everybody is showing me. Like, I've seen kids be raised better, and they've been raised by a single father. I was like, you've been raised by a single father? Either they lost their mom's been through an addiction, their mom's been hospitalized. Whatever the reason is, this father took care of these kids, and for some reason, these kids have been raised better than what a single mom has done. I'm not taking it away. I've been a single mom. I've seen single moms out there bust their ass and do what they got to do for kids and, do the right thing. But a lot of these single moms out here really think that, oh no, I got this, I don't need this, and then put this idea in the kid's head that I don't know, that makes them turn out to be so evil, so rude, so
He did it.
I don't understand what's wrong with them. Like, if you don't want, listen, if the baby daddy don't want to be with you, let him be. But stop using the child as bait, as, how can I say, as, I don't know how else to put it, basically as bait, because what you're doing, you're trying to hurt him by using the kid. This man is going in and out of jail or arguing and fighting with you in front of these kids, but for whatever reason, you're the one starting it. That's why I don't get ever tired of saying. I was like, and it doesn't go for every baby mom out there. It's like a lot of y'all females can't keep saying that y'all got deadbeat baby dads and y'all baby dads not in y'all life. They ain't shit if y'all the reasons why they can't see their kids. You're the main reason why. Half of y'all scream rape and it didn't even happen. And then half of y'all got these kids hating their dads. I've seen so many moms sit out here, oh, you can't go with your dad because your dad's an asshole. He did this, he did that. Why is that the kid's problem? Isn't this between you and the father? Like, I'm not saying that men don't do it, but it's few the men. So why speak on it like that? Unless, it gets heavy. But I don't think it will get like that with men. Maybe I'm wrong, and I might have to take that back in the future, but I'm hoping I'm not.
No, see, for the confidence thing, you're not going to get too much of, worrying about that because most logical men and most responsible men, look, we are not just the sperm donors, we are not just the cash cows, the child support. We're not all of that. We are still stern teachers and stern followers of at least trying to do the right thing to incorporate and make sure our kids and everybody else is safe. We are the kings of our household as we supposed to be because guess what? We are not trying to hear or conform to any of the logics that are being taught now. Again, some of the stuff that's going on now, even in school, we wasn't worried about that. We didn't have it presented to us. The people had a bond together to make sure these kids was learning the right things and not the wrong things. That changed now.
Hold on, Nate. Hold on. Perpetual platypus said there are so many classless chicks out there saying she won't date any dude under 6 feet, size 12, shoes 10 inches, 100K salary. Shaking my head. But wait, listen, I learned growing up, right? The 12 shoe size shit is a lie. And that 10-inch shit is bullshit. Half of them can't take it, and when they with a man that's only that's giving them that's got 100K salary, they're getting cheated on. And for me, I can't. That the under 6 feet, it's true. I'm 4'11". I like my man 6 feet. My baby pops 6 feet too. Like I said, my other baby pops was 5'8". I like my man tall. I can't have a man my size. I feel like even though we're the same size, like I'm gonna break him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, it's not about who got what and who. It's
No,
not
but
about
they
all that.
lie about that. They talking about men with 12 size 12 feet. They got a big package. That's a lie. And if they got small feet, they don't got big packages. Their package is small. I'm like, that's a lie. I've seen. Listen, listen. It's just a lie. It could be the other way around. Like, it depends. Like, you never know. Like, these females is tripping. Like, I'm just tired of the lies they put out there. That's my whole point. Like, I don't know if it's for attention or what it is, but half these females, half the things they say on social media or half the things they say they do out here, they really don't do, or they can't really.
Nah, that's a whole fact because I told somebody, I said, look, I said, this is something that's going to fly out of people's mouths. And my thing is, you can't let it fly out your mouth. Prime example. Like I told somebody, you can't sit here and expect you not to get looked at like a piece of meat if the only thing you present is what you got. And then if it's not you half naked, you damn near naked. So, again, it goes to what you're presenting. And you should have a little more accountability for that anyway.
That's facts. And these for our flaws in our actions, then maybe we can get somewhere. But too many of us can't. And once again, that goes back to what you said the last time. That's why a lot of these kids can't take accountability because they think they're doing the right thing because they seen us do it. Half of us can't even apologize when we're doing something wrong.
Exactly. But you have to, because at the end of the day, you want to try to set the best examples. Let the kids learn, or let the kids, get a generalization of whatever when they get old enough to understand. Some of them are trying to still be, and you got some kids out here right now that are still like they ain't into knowing about, getting up in the drawers, doing this, doing that. A lot of them still worried about playing Fortnite and so on and so forth. Again, let the kids be innocent. Stop
Yeah,
trying
don't
to
get it
put.
wrong. A lot of them are still not just into Fortnite. I've seen a lot of these kids. Like, I got one that's into games, and I got the other one that's into sports. So I got one that wants to go back out, ride bikes, and play basketball, play soccer, play football, do all that stuff. Like, hang out with his homies. He's like, I want to go to the movie theaters for the first time. All y'all keep talking about the movie. He's like, Mom, I want to go to the movie theaters with my friend for the first time. I was like, go ahead. And this is my 13-year-old. So I was like, go ahead and try it. You got a phone? Just make sure you call me at every step of the way. I don't care. You my best friend. Like,
That's a
just make sure
fact.
you call me and let me know where you at all times. And that's what he does. Everybody says it. Me and him are like real close. But
But
I
you
know
gotta
what he does and I know his whereabouts. I know who he's with and who he's not with. When he's talking online, I know who he's talking to.
and that's how a parent is supposed to do it. On all ends, because again, kids' safety and education is the most important thing. And if
Daddy,
you
which
ain't
one is
educated,
me?
then you setting them up for
Which
failure.
one is me?
That's facts. That's why I always make sure. Listen, I got a daughter, and even if I didn't have a daughter, I watch how I dress. And I'm not talking about like there's sometimes where it's gonna be a shirt where, the front of my chest is gonna show a little bit, but I'm covered up. I can't help how certain shirts look on me. That's why I don't wear a lot of female shirts. They were like, why don't you dress very? Because I don't like showing my body. And even without me showing my body, I have to become some. A lot of the times I come up to my wife, I'm like, yo, I can't stand it. I'm like, why do niggas always gotta look at you like if you're some piece of meat? Like, and then when you say something, they get mad. I'm like, I just can't stand that shit. Like, even when you get covered up, they still get stupid.
And that's what I'm saying. It's always going to be a different, because not all men, again, some men ain't worried about certain things outside of, let me make sure this person, even if I'm going to make them a vocal part of my life as far as building with them, having kids with them, let me make sure I'm straight. The most logical men are only worried about who I'm building with and what all I'm going to be able to give to you. You know, and it's sad because you got those who, if they only worried about that, that's because again it goes back to what was being taught back then and what they came up around. So I could care less to a degree. Look here, as long as you rub my stomach and feed my soul, I'm good.
That leads back to a saying I used to always hear the old heads say: the best way to get to a man is through his stomach.
Yeah, but you also got to be real with them too, because if they being real with you, you gotta be the same way.
No, yeah, they used to break it down to me, but I used to love how they used to end the or whatever, it didn't matter how the conversation went, but when they was talking about the relationships and being real with a man and everything, and what you had to give the man, they would like when it came to me and they would sit down and talk, they would get the sexual part out, and then they would like, the best way to get to a man is through his stomach, right? You better learn how to cook and quick.
Yeah. But that's a lot of ways. And sometimes that is a way to keep certain things from happening. I can't sit here and expect myself like for the you can't expect the man to be working, coming home, and even if he do know how to cook, you think a man want to really come home, cook, and knowing damn well they tired, and you think they really want to take out food all the time? Hell no, man.
See, on YouTube, I can never repeat what these old heads said. But when I tell you that these old heads back in the days were freaks, and let's change the word freaks, they was kinky. I don't know. They did things that I would not dare to do right now. That's why I say I will not repeat their conversations. I used to cover my ears and say I'm a virgin. I'm like, my ears are virgins. You can't do this to me. They're bleeding right now. I'm like, you did what? They were like, yeah, girl, man, you don't understand how good that was. I could tell you how to please a man. I was like, wait, can we pause real quick? Like, I don't, I'm okay. I'm okay. Some stuff is interesting, but I can't get past the other stuff you did. So I was like, I'm okay. I be thinking sometimes, I'm like, yo, y'all were some spider booties back in the day. I'm like, y'all turned into pretzels and everything, huh?
You'd be surprised what some people was doing, but then again, it still was a responsible thing because
It's just,
it
it
wasn't
answers
being
all our
promoted.
questions. It answers all our questions. Why did all them old heads have up to 20 kids back in the day?
Facts. But see, it was a responsible level to a degree anyway, because there was certain things that just wasn't being presented. Period. So again, there was protection there at some point, even if the adults was doing what they were doing. They wasn't letting you know that too. Well, they wasn't letting you know too much. A child stays in the child's place. Remember?
Facts, but when you get older and they start telling you how to keep a man, them stories get out of pocket. I'm sitting here, I was like, what the hell? I was like, I ain't read the Kama Sutra for a reason. And you sitting here telling me what and how and this man is gonna be turned out. I'm like, I'm okay. I want to keep all my organs.
I'm done.
No, because you know I'm not wrong. I know you've heard it, Nate. I know you've heard these old ladies tell their stories, Nate. Come on.
I done seen and
Do
heard
you know
some
what
shit.
it is?
Listen, my club is a prime example of. No, I'm stop. No, but I've noticed. I done heard, it, especially out here. And, it'd be funny because back in the day, even though we didn't care, but then you hear it now, you be like, nah, son. Like you feel like that was different back then, but it's different when you become older. Yeah, some things, and you're gonna talk to an older person because if they've been in a situation where, especially a relationship is on the fritz, they might be able to say or do something or even inspire something the way it could help. Not
Facts and
saying do the same exact thing, but still, it could give you a blueprint to something.
that's some facts, yeah. Cause like every old head at the end of every conversation used to tell me, "Listen, you better spice it up or you gonna lose them."
Right. And it's both ways, you got to spice it up some way, somehow, but it got to be something where y'all both, common ground with it. Like, all right, look, I know she like this, but she don't like this, and vice versa.
It
You
just
know,
answers the question that we've had: how did these old heads used to keep their men back in the days? A lot of us females had that question. How did these grandparents used to stay in long relationships? We know now.
Mhm. Wait a minute, what he said? Drop the link. I heard blasphemy. You ain't hear no blasphemy. Yo, Phil, what's going on? You ain't hear no. Nah, son, I thought they one got you in a karate choke. Yeah, I know some of y'all probably just tuned in. Yeah, this conversation did get deep. Nah, there was some things I used to hear too, and I'd be like, yeah,
I
I'm
got my
impressed.
son. I got my son hooked on the word. My oldest one. He likes when the word be speaking on them spiritual things and all that stuff. When
Mommy,
the word be on them topics,
mommy,
my son be on his panel sometimes.
mom, mommy, mommy, mom, mommy.
Daughter, I'm about to get off in a couple, and I'm about to put you to bed because you're supposed to be sleeping.
I was gonna ask you a question.
Ask me the question.
No, but this was definitely a good conversation, and I know some of y'all like, oh, this is going on, but it was a conversation, honestly, because again, this is the future of the kids, and this is for the well being of everybody as well. So hold on.
That's some facts. That's why I don't mind doing this live with you because these are topics that I'm used to. One, and I can really speak on, and two,
Ryder,
I
Ryder,
never.
I just got to correct you real quick. I heard blasphemy come out your mouth, young lady. Don't
No,
you
no,
don't
no.
Don't talk about the Kama Sutra like it's bad.
Oh, you was talking about the Kama Sutra. I don't know the Kama
Hey,
Sutra though.
this is hey,
I said that
look.
the last time. I ain't even read that, John. I'm good. I heard
No,
them
no,
over
no,
there
no, no, no,
speak.
no, 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 no. Listen, listen to one. It's only one chapter in the Kama Sutra that has sex positions.
Oh, for real?
It's 7 books, and
There's
those
7 books
books
of the
teach
Kama
you how to
Sutra.
court. Now listen, the Kama Sutra was written by man. It's an instruction manual on how to not only please women, but how to court women and how to treat women.
Oh
The Kama
shit.
Sutra, yeah, it's a deep book. It's more than just sex.
Oh, for
So,
real?
I
That's
mean,
why I never picked it up because I thought because when they speak on it, they always say it's about that. So it's
no,
like,
they always talk about the sex positions, but it's a good book, especially for men to understand women.
damn, I didn't know it was 7 books to that, John.
Yeah, it's 7 volumes to it. There's only one volume to talk about actual
Oh
sex.
yes,
The other
that's why I said
volume,
it before. I don't speak on it because I don't know about it. So
yeah, the other volume. So I implore men to read that. I implore women to read it too, because now you know what to expect from a man, and if you don't get it, don't settle. And that's what I'm gonna do with all these men is knowing
yeah,
your worth. But
that's what I said
I just
yesterday
wanted
when
to
the
come
man
up
was
and say
speaking
thank you.
about what was it, the spirit, the gender spirituality, whatever the bull said on that TikTok video.
Yeah,
And I was like, man, I don't speak on topics like that because I don't know nothing about that. I'm like, I just know there's 2 genders. I didn't know they came up with a spirituality one, but
and
I guess it already existed, right?
nah, yeah,
Whatever.
that's because
I'm
all
like,
these
what the
people say,
hell?
you
I
know,
thought it was only two
they
genders,
know
like, cause you know
it's
they came up
gender.
with the, if you think you're this, you're that now. So,
Well, well,
which I thought,
this is what this is, and then this is not even a this is like a pseudo spirituality concept, but they say men inhabit female spirits and females inhabit men's spirit, but that's pseudo. That's we both
pseudo.
inhabit, yeah, meaning some shit they made up, baby. But in spirituality, you do possess both female and feminine in you.
See,
You
but
have a
I
balance.
didn't know about that. Cause see, I just started really getting into that recently, within the past 4 years, and I haven't
Like
really.
when I tell y'all have the essence of the creator, I'm telling you, you possess both female and feminine.
My baby
The
pop says
creator
that a lot.
the creator is everything. It possesses female and it's the creator of female and male. So the creator embodies everything. So you possess that. You can say your good side is the female and your bad side is the male. Your creative side is the female. Your destructive side is the male. Your logical side is the male. Your creative side is the female. That's even in your brain, your hemispheres, the creative and the logical. So you inhabit both energies.
Yeah, I didn't know none of that.
Well,
So,
when you sitting there trying to lie and tell people that there's more than 2 genders that are born, you lie.
oh no, I didn't lie. All I said
No, no,
was,
no, no, no,
I
no, no.
think
I'm
the
not
old.
saying you. No, no. Somebody else was saying that shit. Like you see how they trying to say no.
Oh,
There's
I was
more
cracking the
genders
fuck
that
out. I
are
was like,
born.
wait, what?
Unless wait, hold on. Unless you got a male, woman, trans. Wait, let me put this back up again. I don't want to
I'm
be
gonna
getting
drop
trapped.
back down in the chat. I just wanted to come up and clear up your blasphemy real quick. Blasphemy, Kama Sutra.
There
I'm a
was no damn
practitioner,
blasphemy,
okay?
man. She ain't go
Yes,
deep
it
in it,
was.
man. But some of these old folks, you know how they did it, man. And that's exactly what they did
They
speak
wasn't
on.
practicing Kama Sutra. They was just practicing freak. That's all they was
He
practicing.
said they was
Freak.
practicing freak. They wasn't practicing
Yeah.
Kama Sutra.
Don't matter, motherfucker. Look here, they was still intact, right? Look here, they telling you the story, right? You better
they
stop playing. They said they was in the war when you was still in your father's nuts, boy.
they was practicing gut busting. That wasn't no Kama Sutra. That was straight gut busting.
He said they were straight gut busting.
That's
It
what's
wasn't
supposed to
no
be.
love
God
making.
busting,
That's
you're
what
not
happened to
busting.
kids
You
that
know what
came
I'm
out of that
saying?
era crazy now. They bang babies. Okay, let me get off here. I'm on the cotton candy kush, so I'm a little goofy right now. But I'll holler at y'all in a minute. I'm in the
Yeah,
chat
nah,
still.
no
I'm
doubt.
listening.
Yeah, I'm about to
Yeah, no doubt.
head down and handle my shorty. Cause
Definitely do what you gotta do. 'Cause this is definitely a good conversation. And see, again, this can happen again. There'll be a
that's a
part
fact.
two to this. This will definitely be a part two because it's good to tell people and see people, you know, doing the right things, and when it shows everybody, look, you have people that actually care. You can actually build.
Exactly. And people gotta actually listen. My baby pops taught me that sometimes we gotta listen, not just hear, but listen.
Yeah, because you can hear what I'm saying, but did you
Yep,
listen to the message?
exactly. Like he don't get ever tired of telling everybody. He's like, listen, man. Two people can sing together, but two people can't talk together. I'm like, at first he had me confused. I was like, wait, we can talk together because we're talking together. But then I got the concept. I felt slow after I got it.
Nah, it is certain things that it might have went over our head at first, but then again, that was because it wasn't necessary for it to be presented anyway because it wasn't really nothing that serious for it to be presented. But it
Hmm.
also gives you that good, they'll figure it out definitely. But yeah, you can't you can't sit there and come together and build if y'all both arguing and yelling over each other. You can't get your thoughts and feelings and abuse opinions across if y'all all talking over each other. Because again, how can I hear what you saying and how can you hear what I'm saying if we both yelling and screaming?
That's some facts. That's why we all gotta not change who we are because people misunderstand that, and I don't know why they misunderstand it. But it's not change who you are. It's change what you're doing around you, your surroundings, so that your kids won't end up doing the same shit you doing or probably 10 times worse.
Exactly.
People get that
Gotta,
wrong. They were like, I ain't changing who I am. I hear everybody say the same thing, and it's like a repeated cycle. I'm not changing. I'm not changing for you. I'm not changing for nobody. You ain't gotta change you. Just change what the hell you're doing because it's not what you're doing, it's how you're doing it. It's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it.
exactly. And if you knew better, you do better. But this would definitely be a part two to this. Because again, it's not about, and that's the truth. You're not supposed to change yourself. Like I told somebody, I'm raw and uncut. And sometimes I want to say some things, even if it seems like it's, well, damn, that's how you. No, it's not how I felt. But this is just me. You can't get it. You can't get it. I'm not going to change who I am because you might not like what I said or did. Like I said, words are firm, but actions speak louder than it. So,
And that's a fact. Listen, when I first met my baby pops, I had a lot of females, right? Come and tell me like, yo, don't trust him. He's like this. He's like that. I'm trying to figure out, yo, like, why is everybody hating on you? And then as time passed by, and he told me his story and stuff like that. I'm saying, I was like, yo, you know what's the problem with people? People expect you to be that old person that you was before. People expect you to have the same shit you had before. For example, if you was back in the day making, when they was making money, if you was back then making money in the hood, right? They expect you to still live that life for some reason and not get out of it because then they're here, they thinking that you're making as much money as you was back then. Nobody want to keep landing in jail for y'all dumbasses. Like some of these men really want to get out here and do their life. Like I don't understand. Like as soon as they see you get a car, they think that you're the richest person in the world. Like you can't sit here and how can I say it? These females want these men to be in the past. It's like they don't want them to better their future to be better. Like as long as, and I'm not saying all. It's not for all females. But if you see a man that gets out of the streets and changes his whole life around to better himself, not just for him, but for his kids, let him change himself. Stop expecting him to bring $2,000 to $3,000 a week into the house, and probably more than that. When at the end of the day, he's not doing the same dumb shit he was doing back in the day.
exactly.
Like, let him get back on his feet. It's like when these men go to jail and they have lost everything, they come home. These females can't be patient enough for them to, make enough money to get them back on their feet.
No, they want to sit here. Oh, he took too long. He couldn't find a job fast enough. He couldn't bring money to the table fast enough. Come and look, you come and you fucked up. You've cheated. You did this. You did that. You lost him. Now he's back on his feet with another chick. Now you hating and mad at him because he's with another chick. Now he's not with you and your baby.
Exactly. That's why I said this rabbit hole right here can go deeper and deeper.
Exactly.
I know you got things, you trying to take care of. And we always gonna have conversations like that. And
Mhm.
that's why I tell people when I have these type of panels, it doesn't matter what the topic of conversation is. It's just about small changes and small compromises. That's really about it. You can't change who you are as a person, but you can just change the things that you do or limit some of the things you do, especially when you know the kids are involved. Now, when they're not involved, hey, be you. Do what you want to do. Say it. Do whatever you want to do. But when you are around them or you are doing things and you're incorporating them into certain equations, you gotta be mindful of what you say and do. That's it.
Facts. That's why certain women can't get mad when they get treated such as. You want to be a hoe, you're going to get treated as a hoe. You want to be a gold digger, you're going to get treated as a gold digger. That's why I be
Right.
telling females, like, watch what you do out here. Stop treating these men like shit, because not all of them, oh, you can't say that. You see, I know that a lot of y'all been through certain shit, but y'all making the good ones pay for what the bad ones did. And that's where y'all going wrong. Oh,
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck. Da-da-da. I'm like, then don't say shit with your karma. I'm like, karma's a bitch, and I keep telling you that shit hits where you least expect it. That ain't gonna happen to me. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Then weeks later, you hear them crying about the same shit you just warned them about.
Big facts. That's why we tell it, it's always something. You can't put everybody in the same bubble. It's the same way you can't always think, like I told the fellas, you can't always think every woman is on that stage before you. It
Yep.
depends on who you made up in his head.
Like,
But we'll definitely have this conversation. We'll be a part two to this. Shoot, who knows? Whatever day is good, you already know we can definitely do this again. You're more than welcome to pop up.
facts. Thanks for having me up on the panel. And the next time you do have it, like, I'll pop up on it, and I'll let y'all know when I'm having a live. I'm not having nothing this week. I'll probably have it next week, on next Sunday. Not this Sunday coming up, the other one coming up.
No doubt.
And
I'll
then
definitely be there for it.
I'll post up when I'll start the podcast with my co-host and stuff, my other host, however this is gonna go. And then we'll see how that goes on little by little. But that shit's gonna be run uncut. It's gonna be kind of like this. Since I can't really do it on my other channel, that's why I said I'm gonna do the other channel. Like, screw it, I'm gonna start that one off like that. Just write out the titles better so they don't keep removing my channels, because the majority is because of the channel, the title.
You just gotta be mindful of what you title it, and then that's really about it.
Exactly. And certain videos I put up, I just gotta watch.
Facts.
So thanks once again for having me up. Keep doing what you're doing. Love your channel, and like, let's keep building. Let's keep doing this. Like, I'm with it.
Yeah, and it's the same way here. Definitely the same way here. You keep doing what you're doing because you are inspiration to those.
Facts. Shout out to the chat, the SVU unit here in this little sector we here. Cause that's what we become. Tutuela, Benson, Stabler, all come to life. Like,
Shit.
so it's facts. That's what we doing. We helping the kids, and that's what they do when it comes to the show. So it's like, that's why I feel like I see a little bit of the show right in y'all. And I said it before. I was like, you act a lot like Tutuela. Like, you got a good heart, but you're not scared to be raw with a motherfuckers, and you're not scared what they say back. Like, you just with it. Like, you with the shits, but you got that good heart.
Because I've been with the shit. It's
So it's
just
like,
it's on a grander scale now.
all right, well, till next time, because I gotta attend this little rugrat over here. Um, I'll see you on the next live, and I'll see everybody else whenever they go live and stuff like that. So thanks for having me up. It was a pleasure, and
You call
blessings
me
to
a
everybody down
brickbat?
there.
Exactly. And it's
Mm.
always a pleasure being on your panel too. So, we'll definitely continue this conversation. And I do appreciate everybody for popping in. And you're always more than welcome. Come on now. You the homie, homie.
And thanks.
All right now. Definitely have a good one. And shout outs, to everybody that did stay for the combo. You know, and we're gonna definitely continue to do this. And again, when I drop open panels, I don't drop it just to drop it. No. Because there are topics that I know everybody gonna want to have a view and opinion on and definitely bring awareness to. And if you with it, you with it. Definitely appreciate y'all. I kept y'all long enough. It's time for me to go run around these streets and show these love. So shout outs to the shadow watchers. Shout outs to the replay game. And if you was new to this channel, like, share, comment, and subscribe. For everybody that was here, this was definitely a good build. And love is love. And it will be reciprocated as such. I don't know how to be fake. All I know how to do is give you real. And that's what's gonna go. That's what you're gonna get over here. Real. Can't respect that. You don't need to be over here. Point blank. Definitely again, shout outs to Riders for Life. Shout outs to Tay Eats. Shout outs to everybody that was just here. We'll definitely be back at it in the morning. You know what it is. Y'all be safe. Keep that third eye open. Until the next live, we out of here. Peace and blessings.